Hi, Pepper. Are you eating? You're barely eating. You worry me, baby. You worry me by not eating. Eat, Bobby. Eat. You must eat. All right. Phones are open. We're playing Diablo 2. Let's see what we get. Maybe anything good? Something bad, something good. Let me check my YouTube channel. I'll announce that I'm streaming. Give me a quick second. Oh, I need to have Restream up. Doi. Copy link address. What? Why does my Restream require me to like re-sign in? Like, did... Okay, I think we're good. All right, let me let everybody know. At everyone. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, Smokey. It's one of them days. Let's play some Diblo. Some Dibliblos. Afternoon. Sell that. Woo, that's a nice pretty. I've been trying to make my character better, and I don't think I'm making my character all that better. I mean, I'm trying though. Effort is being made. A valiant attempt, if you will. Let's see. Okay, hire, resurrect Talash. I've been keeping Talash lately. Phones are open. Y'all want to call in? Call in. I'm right here. Hope to hear from you. Last couple of times I did this, it was calls back to back. I couldn't believe it. I was like, whoa, this is so cool. I thought it was really neat. Rain says, hello. Hey, how you doing, Rain? How you doing, Rain? You're the first to type. Now Bobro is going to be mad. You can't outshine the Bobro. The bow. Don't outshine the bow. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. We got to make our way to Ancient's Way. Bobro says, Fork, I spent time refreshing to be able to be first. Stop. You did not do that. You did not do that. Can I not die like instantly? That'd be nice. F2. Okay. I refuse to believe that. Don't do that. I ain't that good. I'm not that good. Let's see here. Okay, we got some gold. We are accepting calls right now, so hopefully we get a call shortly. It's fun. It's good times. Let's see. Okay. Rain says, I didn't even try. See? That's so funny. Burrow sitting there refreshing the page. I mean, you're more fun than some other creators. Whoa, thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe one day I'll get big. Maybe just one of these days. One of these days. And then, I mean, let's be honest, right? Like, if I ever got, like, big enough to where it's like I can make this my living, then I would just stream every day. I would be like, Okay, not every day, but really often. It would just be like a consistent thing. Like I would have like I would treat it like my job. I'd be like, okay, Monday through Friday, I have to stream, for 8 hours or whatever. I would do it that way. That would be what I would do. You'd see more like fully edited videos because I could just focus on editing videos as opposed to like doing actual work. I mean, editing videos is work, but you get what I mean. All right. What am I doing? We are taking calls. So if you want to argue with a liberal, I'm right here. All day, every day. Sleep streams. That's so funny. Ajax says, where's First Amenders Hot Takes Doc? Coming right up, homie. Here we go. All right, hold on. Let me go get my hot takes. Oh, phone call already. Here it is. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
How you doing? What do you want to talk about?
One more time, sorry.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. It said debate a liberal, and I'm not a liberal, and you seem to be, so there we go. I'm looking through your videos right now, and you seem to be pretty outspoken about like transgenderism and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah. Big topic. Have you seen my hot takes list? I just put it in side chat.
Oh, no, you have a hot take list.
Oh, yeah. There's like 150 in there.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch.
Yeah, this is amazing, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Glad to be of service.
Well, yeah, I'm not a Christian, so I'm not really interested in talking about that. I mean, we could if you want to, but I mean, yeah, it's honestly, I'm kind of an open book, bro. So whatever you want to, I'm just like bored, so I wanted to see what's going on, so we can talk about pretty much whatever.
Okay. Who did you vote for?
I've been having recently, just because it's a hot button issue. I've been talking about immigration, which like we can do that if you want. But I mean, like I said, I've been talking about it a lot, so I'm not really eager to. But
can I ask who you voted for?
Donald J. Trump, my friend.
Why did you vote Donald J. Trump over, say, Kamala Harris?
Immigration. That's the main reason.
What was it about immigration that you found to be better than, say, Kamala Harris's policies?
So first off, before I get into that, when I say I didn't vote for Kamala Harris, that's kind of just shorthand. The way I see it, that's kind of just shorthand for I didn't vote for the Democrat establishment because, I mean, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, like as far as I'm concerned, they're kind of interchangeable. Like as far as what I imagine they would do and kind of their policies and the political philosophy they lay out, it kind of just seems like that. When I'm talking about Kamala Harris, I'm essentially also talking about Joe Biden, just so we're not getting confused. Like I'm talking about the left wing, like broadly speaking, the kind of.
I mean, me personally, I would not vote for Trump.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't vote for Trump.
Okay. So anyway, the reason I supported immigration over, or excuse me, the reason I support Donald Trump based on immigration over Kamala Harris is because by and large, the way that immigration was portrayed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is some combination of either that it's not an issue or that it is an issue, but deporting people is going too far, or that immigrants are like somehow like beneficial to our economy or something. So because of that, we shouldn't deport them. And then from talking to people, it seems like kind of the overarching thing is that immigration, the opinion of people who I generally speaking am opposed to is that immigration is just kind of like not a big deal, and that if you want to preserve American culture and like you want that to influence immigration policy, that's not reasonable or something like that. So that's my whole position, is that it is reasonable. Just like damn near any other country, we have a culture, we have a nation, we have an in-group, we have a
What's
society,
our culture, would you say?
American.
why don't you walk me through what American culture is to you?
I mean, it's not one thing. It's the culture of the people who live here, right? That's what, like, just like I couldn't tell you one thing that Japanese culture is.
Well, just give me, like, well, if I brought up, say, Japanese culture, I would say, kimonos, not wanting non-Japanese. Are you saying, like, should we just not have as many, say, Hispanics, or, I don't know exactly where you're going at with culture, because as far as I'm concerned, the United States, quote unquote, culture is literally to be a melting pot. That's been fundamentally what the United States has been about for a long, long time.
The two things. Number one, with the thing about Japanese culture, you said literally one thing, which was kimonos, which I think we would both agree that a Japanese person who doesn't wear kimonos is still Japanese, like, generally speaking.
Oh, I agree with you. That's why I mean, like, me personally, I think, like, kind of adhering to culture, I think it's kind of like, it's very short-sighted. I think, like, culture is going to mean something different to different people. And so if you're going to base it off of culture, then, I mean, you can kind of, like, start establishing who is the in group and who is the out group. And, like, I mean, who's to say that I, as a liberal, couldn't tell, like, a Republican, like, you're actually anti-American because you're not in favor of the land of the free and home of the brave. You're for an authoritarian system that wants to kick out the Browns.
Okay, so just hold on, I didn't finish this point. So my whole point with the Japanese and kimonos is that you can't write an exhaustive list of what can or can't make someone Japanese, and that's my whole point, is that Japanese people, for better or worse, have a rough understanding as a society of what being Japanese means, and that means something to them, and that's why, by and large, you don't see the government of Japan just importing millions and millions of non-Japanese people, even though they would hypothetically have the same economic benefit than we would theoretically have from immigration, right?
Yeah. So I understand your analogy. I just want to be clear. What would the Japanese, like, so Japan is to Japanese people and America is to who? Would you say Americans? That probably doesn't make sense because a Hispanic can be an American, right? So like if you have, for example, amnesty policies, or you have instances where somebody can become a citizen of the United States, they are an American. So would that be preserving the culture or no?
Well, no, American, just like Japanese culture, right? American culture is subjective. So you're entirely right that me and you can have completely different understandings of what it means to be an American, and that's fine. I'm not disagreeing with that. My whole point is that Americans are people who are from our society, who are integrated within our society, who subjectively, and again, I'm acknowledging that this is subjective. I'm acknowledging that we can have differences of opinion on this, but who's, like, subjective. Like, for example, speaking English is the primary one. Like, I don't want people living here who don't speak English. I don't consider people who don't speak English to be American.
Do you believe in the free market?
No.
Really? Okay. That's interesting.
I mean,
normally Republicans really like the free market.
I'm sorry?
Normally Republicans really like the free market, so that's interesting.
That's heading out the door, bro. The days of, like, Reaganomic, like, Soviet, like, capitalism, socialism bullshit are kind of, that's heading out the door, bro. Like, it's to be quote unquote right wing, or to be a Republican, or whatever word you want to use for it. Supporting capitalism isn't really required in that.
Okay, so let's say, if, for example, that there's a Hispanic, right, and they want to come to the country, and then so they go to the port of entry, and then they asylum seek, and then they begin to learn English. As far as you're concerned, that's an American to you?
No.
Okay, so then what is the criteria in order to be considered an American?
I mean, among other things, an American is someone who doesn't have another place that is home to them, right? So and again, I'm not saying you're saying this, I'm just trying to paint a picture. One of the kind of fun, and you even said something about a melting pot earlier, that one of the kind of arguments against letting a bunch of, against having tighter controls on immigration, is something to the effect of, like, that we're a nation of immigrants, or that, kind of because Europeans came here from somewhere else, that we can't kind of have a different attitude towards other people. I would say, broadly speaking, an American is someone who doesn't have another place besides America to call home, right? So a white American who's been here for 5, 6 generations, right, whose family came here in the 1800s or 1700s or whatever, they could. You're correct in saying, or not, I'm sorry, not you. Someone would be correct in saying that their ancestors originally, at least, like within the scope of like what we're talking about, would be from like England or would be from like the Netherlands or Germany or whatever. What I'm saying is that someone who has a generational history here, who is only a part of American culture and wouldn't, like, if something went down in America, wouldn't have like another place to just go because that's actually what their home is. I would say, again, not 100%, but like generally speaking, that's what I would consider an American. So someone just showing up from like Ecuador, for example, like they're not American because like they're just as American as they are like Japanese, right? Like they have no ties here.
Okay. So is it fair to say, okay, so we have some Hispanics, right? They move to the United States, they learn English, and then they have a baby. Is the baby an American?
No, I would say that the baby is part of the...
So, but they don't have another home to them. They're born in the United States. So I'm a little confused. You seem to be kind of shifting this goalpost more and more. But what makes them not an American?
The baby?
Yeah. The baby was born in America.
Contrary to what we've been told in the media over the past couple of years, American is not a political designation. So, like, legally speaking, if you're talking about like birthright citizenship and all that, legally speaking, if if 2 immigrants come here and have a baby and the baby's born in America, technically, like legally, whatever speaking, that baby is an American. But no, I'd say that baby, at least until they become an adult.
Well, I'm not asking what it says in the Constitution. We know what it says in the Constitution. We are also aware of what it is legally. I understand that legally they're American. I'm asking you. You said that they are not an American. So what is your justification how they're not an American?
Yeah, so you said the word baby, so I'm assuming that like after they're born, the culture that they're part of, for better or worse, is going to be that of their immediate caretakers, right? Who, like, that's what they're going to absorb, that's what they're going to grow into, is their family's culture. So yeah.
Am I an American?
Sure.
How do you know that?
I mean, I don't, but maybe not. I'm not, like, give me a little backstory.
Both of my parents came from Chile. They were born and raised in Chile. And they realized that they wanted a better opportunity, so they came to this country legally, and then they had me. So by your very metrics, I would not be an American, and I need to go to Chile, even though I barely speak enough Spanish to get by. I have about the vocabulary of like, if you could imagine a Spanish version of Borat. And you would say, right, by your metrics, that I'm not an American. But actually, that I belong to Chile.
No, you're missing, and this is I'm glad you brought that up. So you said the word baby. So the what I was imagining is I'm envisioning this person as baby. I'm not envisioning this person as having a personality. Talk. So for you, for example, right? Your parents came from Chile, which Chile is. I mean, I've been to Chile actually. Chile is remarkably similar to the U.S. in a lot of ways. But besides that. If your parents came here from Chile and then you were born here, you grew up in our culture, you speak our language, you, for all intents and purposes, as it sounds like, even though I don't really know that about you, but just from hearing you talk for like these past like 5-10 minutes, whatever, you resemble an American, right? You like, for all intents and purposes, I have no reason, and that's why when you asked if you're an American, I said sure, because like as far as I can tell, you are. So, yeah, like as far as that's concerned, you're as American as I am, right? It doesn't. Like,
Are you an American?
I'm not. I'm sorry?
Are you an American?
Yeah.
You don't sound like what? That's actually, you know what? That's fabulous. You say you are an American. What tribe are you from?
So, in order to be an American, you have to be like prior to European.
No, I just think that, like, if you're going to refer to, groups of immigrants, and even if they have a baby, that baby is not an American, effectively circumventing the Constitution by your very own metrics. And by the way, they wouldn't even have an accent. They would be able to speak English just fine because they're born in the United States. You would go as far to say that they are not an American, right? And so, honestly, it's really an argument against just immigration in general. And so I'm asking you as a true American, what tribe do you come from? Because you're not from an immigrant, right?
I'm not from, what do you mean I'm not from an immigrant?
Yeah. What tribe are you in?
What? Are you asking what my ethnicity is? Or are you?
No, I'm asking what tribe are you from? Are you Algonquin, or are you Cherokee, or are you Iroquois? What?
Yeah, I'm not from any of those tribes.
Why? Wait, what? Hold on, wait. Hold on, stop, wait. Are you telling me that you're not a native?
I'm ethnically European, my friend.
Oh, okay.
I'm not way, shape, or form a quote-unquote Native American. Hold on. I would say I'm a Native American.
So wait, hold on. But you were a baby, and your ancestors came from Europe. So why do you have a right to be here, I guess? Really, at the end of the day, I don't think you or I are Americans, really, if we really break it down. If I use your argument, I guess.
America didn't exist before European contact, right? So all of the all of the tribes that you're talking about, they what they were in prior to European contact and prior to America being founded, it wasn't America. It was the same land, I guess, but no, it was Algonquin, or it was Cree, or it was this or that. It wasn't America. The country didn't exist, so you can't say that people who were here before European contact are somehow American when they didn't live in America during the time that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the argument that if someone is an immigrant, they're not an American is tacitly absurd. The 14th Amendment makes it very clear that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive the person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction equal protection of the laws. What that effectively means in normal speak is if you are born in the United States, you're an American, homie. That's how that works.
This goes back to what I was saying earlier, that just
By the way, this is also the case in just about every other country on Earth.
Okay, so hold on. So just like I was saying with being Japanese, right? It is not a political designation. It is a national designation. Just like being an American is not a political designation. So you could be born in America, and as far I'm not disputing.
Is the Constitution an American designation? Is that an American thing? Do you concur?
Constitution or about the laws? I agree with you.
No, I'm saying ought we follow and protect the Constitution?
The Constitution is a living document, so we can change it, right?
Okay, so you think we should kick every time, when I bring this up, right? What I find quite common is that people don't seem to have a problem with me being in the United States. But for whatever reason, when they're speaking Spanish or they have rounder faces, they basically look more brown. For whatever reason, all sorts of stereotypes just kind of come in the way. And I start to question whether or not that it truly is American to be xenophobic towards individuals, especially considering the history of the United States as we know it, being considering effectively a melting pot. I mean, if you've ever been to New York, fabulous example of a very successful melting pot. And I think the xenophobia that we're observing in 2025 and it being solidified even further thanks to Donald Trump is a wholly anti-American position to hold.
I see the point you're making, but having a preference for your own in-group and having your own culture that you want to protect, that's not
I want you
American.
to stop hiding behind these words and call it like it is. What is the in-group?
Americans. I've said this like 5 times.
Nope. I'm an American, but under your criteria, you would have called me not an American. But now that I told you, you still say that I'm an American because I possess these traits and that would make me an American. What is it about me that makes you go, he's an American, but Brown Pablo, that's not an American? Acknowledge it. What is it?
No, I literally answered this exact question like 10 minutes ago. I said that you talk like an American, you present as an American. When I talk to you, I had no reason to think you weren't an American, just like most Americans say the same thing. So the subjective understanding, right, of me as an American is that you are also an American. I understand this is not empirical. I understand you could look at all different types of people and make all of these like characterizations of why do you think this person is American? Like, that's fine. What I'm saying is that your national identity is subjective, but just because it's subjective doesn't mean it isn't valid. That's my whole point, right?
No, okay. So what I'm trying to illustrate here is I don't think that you're referring to this arbitrary distinction of quote unquote American. I think you're looking at people who look a particular way and you're applying xenophobia to them. And I think it's pretty gross. I do.
I don't have a problem with the word xenophobia because all that means is that I want our culture in and other cultures out. That's not.
Yeah, well, really, the culture, just so you're aware, in the United States is a melting pot.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is that first off, the word melting pot that was made. That the word melting pot comes from a 20th century British play made by someone who I'm pretty sure never even visited America, who had this rough, like stereotypical understanding of what America was and made a play based on the country he didn't live in. So the idea that America is like a melting pot and that we've always understood that is silly. But number two, I'm even going to grant you that. I'm even going to accept that sure, America is a melting pot for the sake of argument. The whole point of a melting pot, right, is that like you're removing the outside, right? You're boiling down all of these differences and creating one monoculture, right? One American monoculture, which means by definition, you're paying attention to what's coming in, right? If you're making a soup, right? If you're making a melting pot of soup, you don't just throw random fucking shit in and hope for the best. You have a deliberate strategy of what you're putting into the soup in order to make it a good soup. It's going to be a pretty bad soup if you're just throwing all this stuff in here. And when someone like raises an objection of, hey, why don't you like throwing this stuff in and not the other stuff? And you just say, oh no, you're discriminating on ingredients. Like, you're going to have a really bad fucking soup. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Okay. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. And I think you're coming up with some interesting analogies to somehow thinking that culture is supposed to be pure or it's supposed to be a specific way, even though the fact that culture in itself changes on its own with or without protecting it. You can actually have multiple cultures around you and you can still celebrate your own culture. For example, while I enjoy a Southern Creole cuisine, Louisiana Creole, I can also enjoy a Chilean dish called pastel de choclo, and I can speak Spanish to my family when we're together. And we have lots of, say, for example, Chilean paintings and Chilean artwork and Chilean tapestries. all over our houses. And I don't need everybody around me to be Chilean, and I don't need everybody around me to have this weird white European ancestry, right? The reality is that the United States in the 19th century, we had waves and waves of Irish, German, Chinese immigrants, and it just diversified the heck out of the population. We had South and Eastern European and immigrants. They brought more religious as well as cultural diversity. You know, we of course provide protections to these people. For example, through the Civil Rights Act. I think the wanting a culturally homogenous society makes me wonder, number one, how are you going to do that without effectively killing a shit ton of people? And number two, why are you the culture as opposed to another?
Yeah, I'm the culture, or not me, obviously. My culture is the culture and not another, for the same reason that, you know, if I showed up in like Burkina Faso for tomorrow, or excuse me, if I showed up in Burkina Faso tomorrow, by and large, and I know this because I've been to Africa, I've talked to plenty of Africans, by and large, people would not like consider me a part of their in-group, right? A part of their culture, and that's fine. And I respect
I don't want to be like Africa. I don't really want to, because they have all sorts of problems. That's not really a society that I want to emulate. The society that I want to emulate is a culturally mixed society where people can live their life as they see fit, and with enough economic players being able to contribute to the economy, this improves everybody's quality of living standard. What do you think?
Well, no, because it's. So I'm trying to use real examples. I'm not trying to just use hypotheticals to illustrate my example. If you look at what happened in the early years of America, or not even America, right? The early years of European contact, right? When you had conquistadors going all throughout South and Central America, and like quote unquote, like you could honestly say that they were diversifying like Mayan and Aztec societies, right?
Nope.
Which as a
nope, you are not going to be calling a genocide diversifying. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it was so a lot of it was done through violence. I agree with you, but
dude, you're talking about multiple countries born and bred in fire. I've read books on this topic. I mean, if you want, we can go over it, but I don't want you sitting there on this show and say something that ignorant.
So would you agree with me that La Raza was created as a result of conquistadors intermixing with native, like indigenous people?
There was a lot of it interracial mixing, and a lot of it was rape. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah. So would you consider it unreasonable, if we're going to go back to like the 1500s, right? Would you consider it unreasonable for a Mayan person, even if theoretically, right, in this specific part of time, the intermixing that was happening was we had enough Spanish people here that they weren't necessarily at war with the Mayans. They were just taking Mayan wives, and like as a result,
and then we killed them. We killed a lot of them.
I'm sorry?
The whites killed a lot of them. The Spaniards.
Yeah, you're missing the point. Is that even?
Well, I mean, you're just like saying, oh, they just mixed in and they got along. No, dude, they killed a lot of them. And a lot of them on the basis of cultural homogeneity, right? A lot of these people they've literally lost their languages, their religions, their very way of life. They only have a remnants of their culture remaining. Most of these people are even freaking Catholic.
Yeah. So everything you're just saying does not require violence. You understand that, right? That you can have a society that completely voluntarily lets in more people than natively exist there, and as a result, in a relatively short period.
What I'm saying is that the immigration in the United States is nowhere close to the level of violence that it existed with the mercantilist trade of the Spaniards. It's not even in the same stratosphere. It's like I invite you to my house and I give you dinner versus I break into your house and I kill you and your entire family and I raid your fridge and call it the same thing?
No, you're missing the point. You can have a culture destroy itself without violence being a part of it. Like, I understand that the example I use.
No, I don't even think the idea of cultures destroying itself even makes any sense. I think cultures change on their own all the time. I mean, you could look at, for example, even in a place where it is culturally homogenized, such as Japan. The 1920s Japan compared to today's Japan is leaps and bounds different. Like, it's always going to change. I have no idea what it is with the right requiring that their culture must be a specific way and it can never change, even though fundamentally it changes all the time. It's useless to sit there and protect it.
No, I agree that it changes all the time, right? Like, we use Arabic numbers from a culture that isn't like in a Western, like, European culture. Like, I agree that cultures are always being changed and are always getting influence from other cultures. That's not what we're talking about. What I'm saying is, just because that's happening doesn't mean we can't have a say in how that change is going to happen and the degree that it's going to happen and the speed that it's going to happen. Right?
I got news for you. No matter what you do, it will always be different. And I don't think you could force it either. And in fact, I think forcing it is going to cause a great deal of harm, which brings into my next question. How are you going to preserve let's say you're the ruler of the United States, right? You no longer have a Senate. You no longer have a Congress. You no longer have the Supreme Court. You decide what you do with the immigrants. Go.
Send them somewhere else.
Oh, okay. So you just pick them up and move them?
More or less, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to do that. And I have property here. Now what?
Yeah, we can do it anyway. The government is in charge. The government has a monopoly on force. So that's
cool.
What makes
So an ethnic genocide. Got it. Great. It's a good talk to you. I'm really glad that you called in. That was amazing. Wow. Holy crap. I want to die. What was your name, buddy?
Wait, hold on. Are you suggesting that the government enforcing its monopoly on force in the way of, like, having people do things they wouldn't otherwise do is genocide?
Forcing people out of their homes, of their private property when they do not want to, is 100% going to result in a genocide. Because what happens is that when people don't want to move and they want to protect their very own private property, people are going to show up with guns, and then inevitably people die because they don't want to move and agree to your insane demands. Yeah. So you would basically have to have a bunch of people storming in and shooting people and dragging people out of homes. And it would be a genocide. Yeah, it would be a humanitarian disaster. You would be no different than forcing Jews into Krakow ghettos. It would not be any different. Yep.
Yeah. So just like if I
are you a Nazi? Are you do you think what Hitler did was good?
Hold on. You can't shift this all of a sudden.
No, I'm just asking. Do you believe that what Hitler did was a good thing?
Do I think what Hitler did was a good thing? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Or you're completely abandoning the genocide point. You're completely abandoning...
Well, it is a genocide point. I'm just asking, do you think that what Hitler did was a good thing?
What specifically are you talking about? You're talking about the Holocaust or what?
What Hitler did. Why is this so hard for you to answer?
No, because you're not specifying what
the entirety, the whole thing. Hitler. Come on.
You keep saying what Hitler did. Do you support what Stalin did? Stalin did like 10 million...
No, I didn't like what Stalin did. No. See how quick that was?
I'm sorry?
I didn't like what Stalin did. Did you see how quick I reacted to that? Now it's your turn.
Okay. No, I think... I mean, the Autobahn is why we have fucking freeways in America. I think that was pretty based, right?
Do you really think that I'm referring to the Autobahn when I'm referring to Hitler? Come on.
You still haven't specified what you're talking about. The whole point of having your conversation is that
we looked at a group of people. They're like, listen, these are not German people. We are going to take them and we're going to put them into ghettos. We will ask them to move out of their homes and that they will go elsewhere. Oh, They don't actually want to go elsewhere? Okay, move them into ghettos. Are they happy with that? No? Okay, get some trains and start making the concentration camps. Was that a good thing? Was any of those steps a good thing? Fuck me.
I don't support killing people, so if part of that involves like extermination or something.
Your position, your foreign policy position would be killing people, whether you like it or not. In order to forcibly move groups of people, people need to die for that to happen.
No, that's not true.
That is 1,000% true. I am not aware of a single instance where revoking away basic property rights doesn't result in humanitarian disasters. People don't like it when their stuff gets taken away from them.
So when we put millions of Japanese people in camps after Pearl Harbor, that was 100% a genocide, right? You'd agree with me?
No, they weren't killed.
Exactly.
Also, that's not a good time in history. Like, hold on, just to be clear, right? Even if I don't call it a genocide, was that a good thing?
No, I don't think that was a
good
thing,
no
personally.
Fucking shit. Yeah, I agree with you. It wasn't a good thing. Why are you saying, like, you're comparing your foreign policy to forcing people to concentration camps? Yeah, that's kind of what would happen in your position. Right? Your foreign policy would result in a humanitarian disaster.
Okay. So in World War II, after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, right, we rounded up a bunch of Japanese people, essentially all the Japanese people on the West Coast that we could find, right? And we put them in camp for 3 years. And essentially the only ones that died either died of like reasons they would have died of anyway, or it was like relatively sparse outbreaks of disease. You agree with me, right?
No, I don't agree with you at all.
Okay, what about what I just said in the past 10 seconds you disagree with?
I'll be honest with you. I was so flabbergasted that I was having a hard time paying attention to you there. I think your position is a wholly anti-American position. And me personally, like the type of world that I would want to live in, I don't really hold like a lot of value into like a particular culture or another culture. What I hold a lot of value in is people being able to live their life as they see fit, provided that they're not harming other individuals. And the reason why is because it results in more individuals being able to pursue their life as they see fit. Life becomes more satisfying as a result. And if we say, for example, created a group of the haves and the have-nots, then what it would result in is that the have-nots would end up creating more crime, more devastation, more humanitarian losses, and more humanitarian blights, would actually end up costing more money for the state to take care of than if we just simply helped people who needed it and become valuable economic players. And so, like, my society would look like, okay, well, there's going to be individuals who they can come to their own self-determination and as to the life that you live. And you've got, I don't know, like a bunch of trains that are just like moving people into Mexico or whatever. I don't know what the fuck you're planning.
Hold on. You just said a bunch. So are you agreeing with me now that moving people out of America based on who's an American and who isn't wouldn't necessarily lead to genocide? Are you agreeing with me about that?
I mean, it might not. I mean, I think the problem is it would come down to what exactly it is that you're doing. And I think inevitably you're going to end up with people who don't want to move out. They're going to protect their property. And what this results in is, a revocation of private property, which I hold to a very high degree, higher than you think. And it would be a humanitarian disaster. I mean, it's just a fucking nightmare. Also, you could preserve your quote unquote white culture. But I do agree with you. White culture is genocide. I agree with you.
What? White culture is genocide?
Oh, yeah, dude. Are you kidding? They love spreading that one. They've been doing that forever, man. They don't stop doing that. They love it. They love it. They never stop doing it. It's so true.
All right. That's kind of ridiculous, but I mean, at least you're being At least you're saying how you feel, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could point to everything we did to the Japanese people in World War II, and
Yeah, that's a
nothing
bad thing. None of those are good things. Those are bad things. We
Nothing-
shouldn't do those things. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Those are bad things. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't revoke basic private property rights for individuals just because it makes you feel good. I think that creates a pretty nasty negative outcome. So, okay, here's the thing, right? And I'll break it down for you, like specifically why I hold such a huge value to the private property ownership. The reason why it is very important to me is because if what people end up doing in order to gain private property is that they often work very long periods of time, often for several years, in order to gain what little that they have. If it was possible in society to just simply take that property away for whatever reason, if that was theoretically possible, then what that does is that it causes an erosion in society, in that where people go, okay, well, there's no security for my private property. Therefore, there's actually no reason to not go completely postal, right? There's no reason to not commit crimes. There's no reason to not steal, because they're just going to take it anyway. So why does it matter if I work within the system or work outside of the system? And if enough people do that, you've got no system. There's only like Mad Max, effectively. And so if you're going to go out of your way to revoke private property of people because you think they're brown, I think you're a crazy person. I think you and I have just completely different ideas of what we consider to be a better society. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what else to tell you at this point. But I'm sure you're probably very popular during Thanksgiving.
So what do you want to talk about? Because you kind of just keep changing the subject and kind of just like going on these rants that don't really have to do it. Like, what do you want to actually talk about?
Oh, I was talking about your foreign policy. You know, actually, now that I think about it, I think what you should do is tell people how you feel and let them know that you voted Trump. That's what I think you should do.
Okay, so that's what I did at the beginning of this conversation. So what do you want to talk about now?
Based. That's it, man. That's all I got for you. If you don't got anything else for me, we'll have to go to the next call.
Well, no, I mean, we can still talk about how removing people from the country who aren't supposed to be here wouldn't lead to genocide and wouldn't lead to all these things that you're talking about. But, like, it doesn't sound like that's the conversation you want to have.
Well, I
right?
explained how that's even possible. I explained exactly how that works.
No, because we do it the same way that we did with Japanese people in World War II, which did not lead to a humanitarian disaster. It didn't lead to a genocide.
No, that was definitely a humanitarian disaster.
I'm sorry?
The Japanese internment camps were a humanitarian disaster.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were. We put people into camps against their will. That's 100% a marred reputation of the United States. Correct. Yes. That was a moment in the United States' history where people look back at it and look back, wow, that was really hypocritical of the United States.
That's not a disaster. A disaster is when something goes terribly wrong and there's like some like detriment or like chaos or something that happens as a result of that. What happened with the Japanese people, we did exactly what we intended to do. People didn't like die en masse because of it. And like, yeah, was it like misguided and we probably shouldn't have done it? Like, yeah, probably. Do we look back on it now and think, yeah, we probably should have done something different? Yeah, probably. That doesn't mean it's a disaster. You understand?
Okay, so I just want to be clear, right? So you have a violation of their basic civil rights. We're imprisoning them without charges, no trial, no evidence of wrongdoing. Citizenship didn't even matter. Even native-born American citizens were stripped of their basic rights. You had additional racism and xenophobia, where they basically had non-credible security concerns that was triggered by fear and wartime hysteria. And then there was also German and Italian Americans who were not interned at the same scale, which exposed that racial bias. I mean, we were against the Italians and we were also against the Germans, but for whatever reason, we decided to just individually pick the Japanese. Internees had to sell their homes, they had to sell their farms, their belongings, often with a huge loss there. There were many families that never recovered financially. The camps were surrounded by barbed wire and armed guards. The families lived in cramped and poorly insulated barracks in harsh climates. Medical care and education and food were inadequate. There's also a crap ton of psychological and cultural damage. This was not, by your metrics, a humanitarian disaster?
There were not there were not shortages of food. There weren't shortages of medicine.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. All right. We're gonna move on. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, go around and just tell people, hey, everybody, the Japanese internment camps were not a humanitarian disaster. I voted for Trump. Please do me that favor. Do me that favor.
Medicine, and we let them out after the war. It wasn't a disaster. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I explained exactly how and when. I mean, do you want actual historical accounts? You're just wrong here. You don't know what you're talking about.
I rebutted it, and then you just said, "Nope, we're going to go to the next caller." Like,
no, I said, you're wrong here. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, and I did. You can look at any fucking study that's been done on this.
Yep.
The Japanese prisoners.
Yeah, they were treated so well. That's why we look at it so positively. Anyway, did you have anything else for me, or can I go to the next caller? I'll be honest, man. I don't like talking to racists.
Yeah, if you just want to tap out of the conversation, that's fine. I mean, the people watching will see what's up.
Fair enough. Yeah. Tapping out. Have a good day. Have a good day.
All right. Hope that goes well for you, buddy.
Imagine for a moment, right, that you were like having your dinner and then there you are, you see my channel and you're just like, I kind of want a racism right now. How am I supposed to talk to these people? Oh my goodness. All right. Got another phone call. Let's see what we do. You're on the line with First Amender. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
What's up? What did you want to talk about?
Oh, I don't know. I was just kind of listening to that last caller you had, and that guy was kind of wrong, but I think the way you argue is very stupid.
Okay. Well, why don't you help me out?
Sure. So, like, the last thing I remember was the Japanese internment camps that you guys are talking about. It's like, yeah, we admitted that we were wrong and we compensated those people.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand that it was 1942 and the Japanese Empire just bombed the U.S. military.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, in that current climate, we can look back in 2025 and say we shouldn't judge people on the way they look. But in 1942, we did.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you believe that it was a humanitarian disaster?
Disaster is a little bit strong. I think it was a mistake.
All right, well, what if, for example, that I would, I'm going to come to your house and I'm gonna force you out of your house and you have to sell everything for cheap rates. And I'm going to put you in a camp. Would you consider that a disaster?
Why?
Well, I just, I don't trust you.
Is that the reason we put Japanese people in camps?
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally why.
We just
we don't trust you. And we're going to put you in a camp.
Woke up in 1942 and said we don't trust Japanese people. There was no other impetus.
Well, I mean, you could have a bomb, or maybe you're gonna be supporting the Tojos.
You're misunderstanding my question. Why were we skeptical of people that looked Japanese?
Because of Pearl Harbor and the fact that we were at war. And so we were concerned about there being spies.
Now you're getting more honest.
Yeah, so anyway, I don't...
now you're getting more honest.
So here, as the United States
racism
government,
is a
you
little
know,
bit more
I don't trust you. And I just think that I need to take away all your property and put you in a camp. What do you think about that?
Well, I would hate that. But
okay, wait, but is that
I
a disaster
understand
to you, or is that just like I don't know, like
No.
a annoying?
It's an injustice.
Is it a disaster to you? Is I guess my question.
No, I said it.
It's not a
I said, no,
disaster.
it's an
Interesting,
injustice.
huh?
I said
That
hey,
would be pretty
did you hear what I
disastrous
said?
for me.
Did I?
Yeah,
did
you said
hear
it was
what
an
I said?
injustice. You said it was an injustice. I would not.
Yes.
I think.
Do you agree?
No, I think that's too light. I think it's too light.
It's not an injustice, so we can just do that.
No,
See how
I'm
I'm
saying
arguing with you?
it was a disaster. And
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like
yeah.
avoiding disasters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I understand.
I mean,
See how
honestly,
I'm arguing like
good
you?
point. I'll grant you that, right? That it was an injustice and it
Yes.
was a disaster. There you go. How about that?
Why was it
You
a
like that?
disaster?
Well, because
Why was it a disaster?
I mean, like here, like if I pull up the
How did it
definition
irreparably
of a
change?
disaster, let's take a look here. Definition: disaster.
Are you looking up the
A
definition
sudden
of
event,
disaster?
such as an accident or a natural catastrophe that causes great damage or loss of life. Yeah, I think that it was a sudden event, and it caused
disaster?
great damage and loss of life. Yep, yeah, disaster. I
How many
think
people
that's a
died in the
good,
Japanese?
appropriate.
Hold on. How many people died in the Japanese internment camps? I really
Good
don't know.
question. You know, I
that?
actually don't know of that at the top of my head. But
Yeah.
I'm sure.
That would be a
My good old buddy
'cause that
Google.
that was the second leg of your definition, so that would be pretty important to know.
Oh yeah. Well, it says or loss of
Yeah.
life. You don't necessarily have to have loss of life. It just has to be really, really bad. And
Sure.
I
But
I mean,
what if-
obviously, we don't look at this in a positive light at all, right?
No,
I mean,
of
unless
course
if
we
you're
don't.
the previous caller, where you're like, you know, I'm going to justify
No.
wanting to kick out
So
the
here's-
Browns with the Japanese internment camps. I mean, I didn't find that to be particularly convincing. But here, let's
Actually,
take a
hold
look
on.
at it. Let's
hold
look
on.
at
Let's
the.
go back to that. Let's. Hold on, hold
How
on,
many
hold on.
people died in the Japanese internment? How many died in the Japanese internment camps? Okay. Woo! Man. Okay. 1,862 deaths during incarceration. What do you think of that?
So it's how. What was the time span? How long were these camps open? Do you know?
Let's take a look. Well, I mean, considering that they were interned
41 to
outside
45
of
listen,
legal
1,000
merit,
deaths?
right? I think
1,000
I think if
American
you have
deaths is
1,000
pretty
deaths,
fucked
that's
up.
I think 1,862 deaths, and the fact that we took away. Yep, it's a disaster. Yep. In fact, it was. I would even go as far to say it was a great disaster. What do you think?
Okay. Well,
Horrible
you know what?
disaster.
You kind of moved me a little bit. I will accept that. 1,000 American deaths in a camp of people standing in a field, that's pretty fucked up. I'll agree. Not defending Japanese internment.
All right, fair enough.
Now, what I want to pivot to is what you mentioned a minute ago was the last caller supposedly, and I say that very strongly, supposedly advocating for kicking out brown people.
Yep.
Now, I may have missed something that he had said. Maybe you can enlighten me.
Yeah.
But from what I gathered, what he said is if you break our immigration laws, you should be kicked out.
Wow.
What
That
I-
is not what he said.
Oh, okay. What did he? What specifically did he say that?
Well, I asked him a series of questions, but basically
Oh,
what it
okay.
came
Don't
down
worry about
to,
that, yeah.
what it came down to, was he basically specifically said that American is not a political designation. Legally speaking, he's referring to birthright citizenship. And so I gave as an example, okay, if we have two immigrants and they have a baby, I figured he'd be into the 14th Amendment. I said that, well, technically he'd be an American then. And then he said, no, he's not. And then I'm like, really? He's not an American? And he said, from after saying that they're not an American, I asked, am I an American? And he says, well, you're an American because you could speak English and you look American. Like and then I said, both of my parents come from Chile, but I'm born in the United States, which would make me an American. But for some reason, he did not, I have no idea why, did not refer to me as not an American. And so I only have one thing to go off of. I think if my face was a little rounder and if I looked brown, I think he would likely say that I am not an American. So yes, it's racist. It's just racism.
Okay, let's put aside what that guy says because you inject a whole bunch of stuff. I didn't hear all that. I don't know if that's true, whatever. I don't agree with that guy, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, fair enough.
Here's what I think.
Do you want to start with your own topic?
Yeah, here's what I think about the immigration issue. I don't care if you're white, brown, Asian, Canadian, Mexican. If you overstay your visa, if you enter the country illegally, you should be gone.
Okay.
What is the problem with that?
Well, I think what it does is that it doesn't actually acknowledge what the negative implications are, or specifically what are the roadblocks that have been put in to prevent people from becoming citizens of the United States. To be fair,
what do you mean by that first half of that sentence? It doesn't acknowledge what the problem is.
It doesn't. Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
The problem
if you overstay your visa, you should go.
Because what people overstaying their visas, I believe that there is likely an additional factor that causes that to happen. And I believe that cause is the fact that it's really, really, really hard to get a green card, let alone citizenship. It's borderline impossible. And so what people end up.
Visa,
hold on. Hear me out.
Overstaying a visa is the most.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
Because people often realize that it's very difficult to become a citizen of the United States. They'll often get a tourist visa, and then they can stay too late, right? And so if you create all of these roadblocks to become a citizen of the United States, then it would not surprise me that there are people that end up skirting around the rules. Yeah, that's what I think.
Should you do that? Should you skirt around the rules just because you want to be an American?
No, I just think that we need to have a solid pathway to citizenship that a regular individual can follow. And I think you would end up with a lot less illegal immigrants as a result if you did that.
And that's fair, but given the situation where we're in, do you advocate for people to overstay their visa because they want to be an American?
No, what I would do is I would I think for those that overstay their visa, I would have a valid pathway to citizenship. I would provide them here is how you can become a citizen of the United States, provide them the necessary pathway. And then, I guess I would have to deport them at that point, but I'd be like, listen, if you follow this, you will be able to become a citizen of the United States. You can come in and work.
Sure.
That would be what I would do. But no, I don't think we should go out of our way punishing people because they overstayed their visa. No. It's a fairly innocuous. Well, because it's a fairly innocuous crime. It's literally a victimless crime.
It?
Yeah, it is. It's a victimless crime. Yeah.
Do people that overstay their visas pay taxes?
Yes.
How so?
Well, they work. They often will work with a fake Social Security number. They pay into the Social Security system. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got to work. They want to work.
Okay. So we should let them stay because they broke the right law that lets them skirt under the radar?
I just think it's a victimless crime. And I just think that...
It's not a victimless crime. They're using someone's Social Security number.
No. A lot of the times these SSNs are either fake or they're for dead people.
They're ripping me. Okay, so then they're ripping me and you off.
No.
As American taxpayers.
Wrong. Federally, they can't receive anything
they're
because...
taking SSI... They're
No,
taking
no.
as side benefits that they don't deserve.
They're not. That's not how that works. The problem is that when you say, for example, I have a fake social security number, systems will kick back that it's a fake social security number. And if the person is dead, then there will be additional checks to determine that that person is dead. And so they actually don't get any benefits.
Oh,
But
so
they
they
do
just get to
certainly
pay
pay
the
into the
taxes, but
system. They do
Oh,
certainly do
yeah,
that.
you
They do
believe
have
that.
FICA, and they do have in
Okay.
fact, I can provide you
Yeah.
the information. Do they take out of more they put
Okay.
in? I mean, there are papers that show that undocumented immigrants put much more into the system than even native borns. Did you know that?
I don't believe that.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
I don't believe that an undocumented person has paid more taxes than I have. There's no way. Not a chance. Because you know what undocumented people get paid? Under the table. They get paid cash.
Let me take a look. Give me a moment.
Yeah, you know what you're not going to find? The number of people that are paid cash and the amount that they're paid under the table. So yeah, you're going to find a study that says they pay more than me, but there's no fucking way. Sorry. Also, this also misses the giant point. All
right, so I'll go ahead and provide it for you just so you can see it, right?
Sure, yeah, provide it. Go ahead. But here's the point that I'm trying to make, is I don't care what you look like. I don't care what benefit you bring to our
undocumented
country.
immigrants
If you,
paying into...
You're not going to break... No.
No, you wanted me to provide it, so I was going to provide it.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
I don't care
undocumented
what you
immigrants
look like.
pay taxes and receive few tax benefits. An estimated
Yeah,
of
how much
11
do they get
million
paid under
immigrants
the
in the
table?
United States without authorization. Contrary to some claims, they actually pay a considerable amount in taxes. Some estimates
How much do
suggest
they
that
make?
undocumented immigrants paid nearly $100 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. Like all U.S. citizens, undocumented immigrants must pay taxes. Immigrants of any legal
you
status
think-
are required to pay the same taxes as U.S. citizens. Most have income and
Okay,
payroll
all right,
taxes
I get it.
deducted from
Yeah,
their
I get
wages
it.
if they purchase
Stop,
a home
let's have a
or any goods
conversation.
and
Stop.
services.
Dude,
Did you
stop.
want to hear it? I'm trying
No,
to tell
not
you how
really.
this is possible.
Not really anymore. I get it. I get the point you're trying to make. Please, let's have a conversation.
So
I don't
am I-
want
was
you to
I-
read
was
an
I-
article to me.
All right, so I just want to be clear, right? Just FYI, so we can move forward. Considering the fact that undocumented immigrants actually pay more than they take out compared to a native citizen, that would mean they pay more in taxes. Do you agree with that?
Not necessarily, because you do not have the full data set. You do not have the amount of cash undocumented immigrants are
They still
making
buy
under the
houses. They still get ITIN
Okay.
numbers.
table. Okay,
So they do pay taxes.
yeah, some.
Okay.
Not more than me.
They pay more, and they pay. Well. What's crazy about
Do
you?
they pay 100
What's crazy
do-
about
do
you is that
100% of the
hey,
immigrants do-
stop talking. What's crazy about
That's
you?
rich.
What's crazy about you is that when you turn 65, you actually get Social Security. And
No.
for these people, they
Actually,
do
it's
not
68.
and will not get Social Security.
And
Okay?
that's cool. And how much income tax did they not pay throughout their life?
As
that
opposed to
I have
what?
paid?
People who don't pay income tax as a native citizen? Get the fuck out of here. Come on.
I've
like-
never received cash under the table. Have you?
There are instances where people pay cash under the
Yeah,
table,
those
like
people
tips, for
suck.
example.
Those people are
But
criminals.
no, people just try to get by, bro. That's what happens.
I don't care. Yeah, you can steal deodorant
crap.
too. I don't give a fuck. You're getting arrested.
Okay. Anyway,
What's wrong with that?
well, so going back to it, I still think that
No.
you were making the argument that these immigrants end up taking out more in taxes, which, by the way, that is literally a myth.
No.
That's incorrect.
What I'm saying,
And,
no. What
and
I'm
even
saying
crazier
is
about
they
this,
don't pay.
this
They
doesn't
don't
work
pay
unless
the
if you,
amount of
like,
income tax
unless
that
you
I do.
allow me to like talk and then I allow you to talk. This doesn't
Oh
really
yeah,
work.
that's real rich coming from you. Read an article to me.
Yeah, well, I was going to read an article to you so you can understand what is
Oh,
going
you can't
on,
boil
as
it down
opposed
to
to
two
listening
sentences?
to Fox
Oh.
News and Rupert Murdoch's shill, right?
Who the fuck is that? Who's Rupert Murdoch? I've never heard of that.
Rupert Murdoch is the owner of Fox
Yeah, who is
News.
that?
He peddles
Okay, I don't watch Fox
propaganda,
News.
and then
Okay.
when people who listen
that have to
to
do with me?
Fox News, they end up becoming streamers, and then they end up becoming the right-wing grift. So yes,
What's that have to do with me and our
because you
conversation?
likely watch right-wing grifts on YouTube. Yep.
That's funny, dude.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
wanna-
because where do you
wanna
get?
have any
Why
other
does it? Why do
assumptions?
all right wingers say the same thing? Why do they all
said
not
I'm a
do
right-winger?
any Google searching on this? None. It's
Who said
so
I'm a
annoying.
right-winger?
What's a right wing talking point? Is it not?
What is?
Are you a right winger? Let me just ask you, right? Because
No.
I mean, I assumed, right? It is fair.
No, I'm not.
I should not assume. Are you?
No, it's
Are you? What? So then, what are you? Why don't you tell me?
A normal American. Center left.
You're center left.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
just think
cool.
that people
So
that break the
I'm,
law should
that's amazing.
suffer consequences.
You know, I'm center left as well. So hear me out, right?
Doesn't
Hear me
sound
out.
like it.
I'm gonna help you out, right? Here's what we do.
Don't help
right?
me out, you
Let's
fucking
not,
pedantic shit.
Let's not
Don't patronize me.
let's not treat people terribly, and let's establish worker rights, and let's provide valid pathways to citizenship so people don't have a need to break laws. They can just kind of follow the law.
Okay.
We know who comes
Sure,
into the
that sounds-
country and who's going out of the country. And I'll tell you what,
Sure.
I'll even grant you this. If people are still not following the law after that, then you betcha. The only reason that they would be breaking the law at that point is that they're up to no good. And I completely agree.
Sure.
How about that?
There we go. Yeah, I agree, buddy.
All right. Look at
So
that.
what do we
See?
do with the people? What do we do with the people today that are overstaying their visas or are illegally here? What do we do today? Now
Get
that we
them a
do not
valid
have-
pathway to a tier U
Okay,
visa.
we don't have that. We don't have that. What do we
Okay,
do
well
today?
then I write a law
we just
that
leave
does
them?
that. That's what I would do.
Okay, you don't write the laws, so what do we do today? You're the police chief. What do we do today? You have 1,000 people that are breaking the law. What do you do?
Oh, like me personally, I would say, listen, these are
Yeah,
victimless
you are the
crimes.
police-
Focus on
you are the
actual
police chief.
crimes. I would
So
say
you
focus on
would
actual
just-
crimes. Yeah. Focus on real stuff. Like let's
Okay,
keep our
all the
streets
real
safe.
crime-
Let's
Sure.
keep our
Yeah,
streets
yeah, all
safe,
the-
and you know, and you
all
know,
the
if you
real
see an illegal
crimes-
immigrant
Sure.
committing violent acts, then you put them in
Yeah,
a
yeah,
box. But if
You're
they're
very
if they're
wordy.
just
Yeah.
working and they just want to
Okay.
make a better life for themselves, just leave them the fuck
Sure.
alone. How about that?
Okay,
what I think.
so now that we've taken care of the violent crimes, now what do you do?
Oh, you just sit.
kick
You
them
just
out
sit
or
around. No,
you
you
just
just
sit
wait
around?
for. Yeah, you sit around
You
for
don't-
more crimes. Yeah, yeah, it's a pretty
Yeah.
chill life.
You don't take care of the people that are breaking other laws. You just
Well, I
sit around
don't,
being
I
violent.
think it's a victimless
So if
crime.
you're-
I think it's wrong to round up groups of people on the basis of they might be an illegal immigrant and to
Do you
kick them
think-
out of the
Do
country.
you
I think
think
it's
police
wrong.
should? Do you think police should pull over people for speeding?
Yeah, I do.
Why? It's a victimless crime.
No, because when you speed, you have a much higher propensity of getting into a crash. It's not victimless. It has a
Oh.
literal victim. Right? Anybody not in the car, as well as himself,
No,
actually
it
ends up
doesn't.
being a victim.
It actually doesn't. It actually doesn't have a literal victim.
No, it does.
You have a no.
I explain.
speeding.
Anybody who's
You
not in the
haven't
car,
crashed.
as well as other drivers who are driving, as
You
well as
haven't
yourself.
crashed into them. You haven't crashed into them.
Yeah, I mean, I
there's no-
suppose not. I mean, the whole
so
point
there's
of
no
it is to
victim.
prevent the crime prior to
victimless
it happening.
crime.
Yeah. No, it's not victimless. They're
victimless
still a
crime.
victim. They're still victims.
Oh, so we should arrest people to prevent other victims.
No, to prevent
Is that what you're saying?
victims. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree with that.
So like kicking out an illegal immigrant.
Okay, but if they stay, where's the victim?
Oh, who knows? It could happen. knows?
Well, I don't.
eat every
I
day.
believe.
Have
So
I ever
me
hit
personally,
anybody?
I don't know about you, but me personally, I believe in an innocence until proven guilty, right? And I don't like.
Yeah,
I don't
do
like
too.
jailing people
Yeah, except,
under the
except
presumption that
actually
they
they've
could
already
commit a
committed
crime. I mean, it's just pretty messed up.
Sure, but they've already committed it.
Yeah, I just think
They're
that the
illegally
laws
here.
right now, like, they are bad, and I would want to
Okay,
change
but
those
they
laws.
are
I think they're
laws.
bad. Yeah, I mean, but
Yeah, but do you
dude,
think
I
we
mean, there's
should
all sorts of
fulfill the
different
law?
laws that were passed that were in the past, but we wouldn't consider them to be correct, right? Like apartheid
think
wasn't
we should
legal.
enforce-
The Nazi purges
Yeah, but
were legal. The
not our law.
Stalinist and Maoist purges, those were legal.
Those
I
aren't
don't
our
look at
laws.
legality as
Those
my
aren't our
avatar of morality.
Sure.
Right?
Okay, but do you think we
Right,
should
I
enforce
look
the
at,
laws
like-
that are on our books?
I think that that there are
We should
laws on the
enforce the
books
laws on our
that have a
books.
racist intent, and I think that it's
So
bad
we shouldn't?
that we treat them that way. Yeah.
What laws are
I think it's
racist
just
in
racist.
intent?
Well, because
ones?
if you prevent a valid pathway to citizenship, that lo and behold, that ends up with lots of illegal immigrants. Go figure.
Wait,
I didn't have to
that's
put
racist?
fucking two and two. Yeah, it is. It is.
Putting a roadblock up to citizenship is racist?
Yes.
So you would think the Japanese government's racist?
Yes.
You would think the German government's racist?
Is the German government preventing immigrants from coming into the country? I'm unaware of that.
The Germans? You think
Yeah,
it's
I've always
easy
thought that
to
the Germans
immigrate to
are.
Germany?
I've always thought that. Well, I'm not against like a valid pathway to citizenship that people can understand.
But our laws are our laws.
Okay,
you
but
have to
hey,
enforce them
maybe
as
not
they
make
are.
them so freaking convoluted that causes people to end up breaking laws.
All right, we're going in circles. Here's what I want you to answer. Should we enforce the laws that are on our books today?
For the most part, I think there's some laws that probably aren't worth enforcing. Like just because there's a law in the book doesn't mean that it's good. I think we should analyze, what laws we have and why we do a particular law.
In Georgia, I get that. Yeah, of course. There's some archaic, weird shit. You're not allowed to spit on the sidewalk. Yeah. But as it pertains to immigration, do you think we should have a very strict policy that if you fuck around, you find out?
No.
Or no?
No. I like an
I think
idea
we
of not retribution, but rehabilitation.
It's not a punishment.
Really?
Yes, it's not
Tell
a
you what.
punishment.
Why don't I take
Being
you
here
through?
is not a right. It's a privilege
How
to
about
be an
this?
American.
Let's play a game. I want to play a game with you. You
Hell
want to play
yeah,
a game?
bro.
You like games?
I hope you're not. Yeah, yes, but I hope you're not too wordy. I know you like to go on these weird diatribes.
Well, it's a game. Okay, it's called the citizenship.
Oh no, I'm not doing this. I've seen you do this before.
Why?
You're not
What's
reading through
wrong?
this whole- Because
Don't you
want to
become a citizen of the United States?
I can answer every question. I've done it before. I have passed the citizenship test.
You did?
Yes, I took it for fun.
All right.
So what now?
Give me a second, okay? Give me.
No, you're not going to read this to me, please. Don't do it to me. I'll hang up.
Why? You don't
Because
even
I
know what I'm
passed
about to
this
do.
test. I do. You're
Do-
going to ask me the entire citizenship test, which I've seen you do to another idiot. Yes, I am an idiot. Also, I passed this test.
No, I'm saying let's start with the baseline requirements.
I passed the test.
Did you? Come on,
I've
let's
met
do the
all
test.
The requirements. I've met all the requirements.
All right, well, let's go for it, man. There you are. You want to do this legal, right?
Yeah.
Let's do it
Yeah.
legal. Okay? We're going to do it legal.
Do you understand
okay?
how pathetic
There you
this
are,
is? Dude, I've
showing
told
up.
you I've already done this.
There you
I've
are.
seen you do
No,
this.
because this is fun.
This is a 10-minute skit that's not
It's so funny,
that doesn't
dude.
do
It's so
anything.
funny
Okay,
because
yeah.
I love,
All right, let's go through it.
I love the U.S. legal requirements. I love them. These
Sure,
are amazing.
Yeah, let's go through it.
All right.
Let's go through it, and I'll make it funny for you.
All right.
How's that?
All right. All right. Have you been vaccinated for measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, diphtheria, Hib, polio, pertussis, varicella, hepatitis B, influenza, pneumococcus, pneumonia, rotavirus, hepatitis A, meningococcal, and COVID-19? Yes or no?
Yes.
That's good. That's good. Do you have a class A communicable disease?
No.
Dude, you're almost a citizen. Dude, you are so
I know.
close.
Yeah. You're so funny. This is great. This is rich.
All right. Are you a drug
scrapping
addict
my
or an
knees.
abuser without remission and or threatening mental disorder, as in via alcohol abuse? Do you abuse alcohol?
No.
Okay, good. All right, good. You're doing so well. I appreciate
When is
you.
your stand-up set?
What?
When is your next stand-up show? You're a fucking comedian, bro. You're so funny.
All right. Have you ever been convicted of laundering a false citizen claim or drugs other than or less than or equal to 30 grams of marijuana?
No.
Yeah, nobody ever lies
You're
on
so
that
funny.
one. Anyway, okay, have you ever been convicted of a moral turpitude crime? And what that means is other than one crime with a max sentence of less than or equal to
I know
1
what a
year
moral
and an
turpitude
actual
crime
sentence
is.
of less than... That's okay, I'm explaining it.
Means and no.
Okay,
I
so
know
the
what
answer
it
is no to
means
that?
and The answer is no.
Okay, fair enough. All right, now, quick question. This is very important. Do you plan on coming to commit illegality? For example, espionage and polygamy.
No.
No, polygamy.
No.
You're not, no multiple
No.
wives?
No.
I love that
No.
polygamy is like, if you answer yes to polygamy, you're done.
Yeah, it's because it's federally illegal.
That's really weird. You agree
Why would
that's
that be
weird, right?
weird? Do you? No,
What?
I don't.
think if like
Do you
people want to
polygamy
have
be
multiple
legal?
wives, they can go do that. Who cares? Or multiple husbands, who cares?
I care.
Like if it's consenting adults, who gives a shit? Anyway, it's a no. Okay, that's fine. Have you ever committed
care.
murder, genocide, terror, torture, recruited child soldiers, supported the creation of terror material, extrajudicial killing, or drug or severe human trafficking? Yes or no?
No.
Good. Everyone's really
You know how
honest
easy
on
this
that one.
is?
Everyone is really, really honest with that one. Okay. Are you or are you not freely affiliated with a totalitarian or communist party in the past 2 years or a dictatorship in the past 5? Yes or no?
No.
That's good. Like, dude, we're so close. Are you associated with
I
terrorists,
know, you're
terrorism
so
endorsers,
funny.
or anyone that's averse to the U.S. Foreign policy or security?
No.
Good. That's good. Are you detrimental to the U.S. according to the president? As in, does the president not like you for any reason?
Do you think that this checklist that a person fills out themselves is the entirety of the citizenship
Oh no,
process?
it's insane. No, this is
then why
very
are we
much
going
watered
through
down.
this?
No, are you detrimental
we
to the
going
U.S.
through this?
according to the president? Because I want to get you citizenship.
I'm already a citizen.
Well, I'm
I've already
saying
passed this
we're
step.
playing a role-playing game. We're just having fun.
Yeah, but I've already played.
right? Are
I've already
you
played.
detrimental to the U.S. according to the
I
president?
want to skip to the end.
No,
I wanna
are you,
skip this cutscene.
dude? Shut up. You're
I
gonna
wanna
do this
skip this
legally.
cutscene.
Listen, you got to do this legally.
Yeah, I've already done it.
Do it
I've already
legally.
done it, officer.
Are you detrimental to the U.S. according to the president?
No, I've already done this.
Okay.
Skip to the
Have
end
you
of the
met
cutscene.
all rules for applicants, as in deadlines, your filing
Yes.
locations, provision of
Yes.
info, evidence,
Yes.
etc.?
Yes.
Look at you, dude.
Yes. Yes.
All right, stamp. Here's your stamp. I will see
Yeah.
you in a month. You're going to go to the
Yeah.
refugee program. Welcome to the refugee program.
Why
How do you
would,
feel?
Why would you
Dude,
say
you made it to the next level.
I
I'll
didn't
see you in a
apply
month.
for refugee status.
Well, no, you're in the refugee program. Don't worry. It'll
I
weed
didn't-
you out
I didn't apply
if you're
for
not a
that.
refugee.
No, I applied for citizenship.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. It's all part of the refugee program. Anyway,
No, it does matter because that's
are
different. No.
have you ever persecuted others? Yes or no? Have you ever persecuted others? Yes or no?
No.
Good job. Okay. Do you have a past? Have you dealt with a past persecution or fear of it in your home country? Yes or no?
Well, I'm not applying for refugee status, so that would depend on.
Would that be
my
a no
answer.
then? You're not. You have no
I'm
past
not
persecution
applying
or
for
fear
refugee
from it.
status.
Correct.
I'm
We're
not
trying to make
applying
you
for
become a
refugee
legal citizen of the United States. This is part of it. Do you not
No,
understand that?
You're reading.
So is
You're
it a
reading
no?
the refugee application.
No, I'm not. I am reading to you the state's legal requirements for permanent immigrants, applicants from abroad. This is the legal immigration to the United States for immigrants seeking permanent residence with no prior U.S. immigration history and no government association. The process has been started in 2022. By the way, it's even more complicated now.
Okay. then
Anyway,
no.
so
Then no.
no,
And the answer
great,
is no.
fabulous, amazing. You have entered into
Yeah.
the diversity lottery. So just FYI, because you have answered no to this, the diversity lottery means that you're often going to be waiting 4 or 5+ years to actually even get to this position. You likely
Okay,
will not
why
be
is that
thought
bad?
of or heard of or anything.
Why is that bad?
Well,
is that
it just means that we need more assistance with it. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue.
Yeah,
You're
but how
in
many
the
people are
diversity
applying?
lottery. Let's assume 4 years have passed, and now you've been waiting this long. Now you got your chance. You're in the non-refugee baseline. Can you afford to travel to the consulate for interview to the United States? Yes or no?
Yes.
Fabulous. Can you afford a medical exam cost by the U.S. government-approved physician? It's roughly about $3,000.
Yes. Yes.
Look at you.
Yes.
Look at you. Look at you.
Yeah,
doing
like,
great.
like I said, I've already passed this test. I've done this before.
Yeah. All right. You're
you
now in
saying
the
no?
family. You're now in the family
Did you
sponsored
just say
section.
no?
No, I said you're doing great. You're in the family sponsored section. Do you have an unmarried child of age younger than 21, a spouse or asylee refugee admitted less than 2 years ago,
No.
or if you have a T or
No.
U
No.
status holder
No.
or a parent
No.
or unmarried
No.
sibling
No.
under than 18 and a TU
No.
status holder of younger than
No.
21 or 18?
No.
You don't?
No.
God dang it, man. All right. Can you afford immigrant visa fee of $325 for the family?
Yes.
Good job. All
Yes.
right. What's wrong?
I'm just going to keep doing that when you keep reading this bullshit.
Can you obtain birth and police certificates, valid passports, and civil documents with no actual hardship?
Yes.
All right. You likely need any long-term public care or cash benefits for income?
No.
Good. Are you an employer? Do you have an employer letter offering permanent job or wages above the poverty line?
Yes.
You have a job waiting for you here in the United States?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, I'm an Indian.
Are you a high school graduate?
Yes.
Okay. Are you an
New York
applicant
State
or
high
spouse
school.
born in a diversity eligible country?
No.
All right, we got to go to dude. You were so close. You were so close. We got to go to family sponsored. Okay, you non-humanitarian relative.
I'm white.
you were
so I
so
don't know what-
freaking
would you want
close,
me
and
to
you
lie?
screwed it up. You screwed it up
You
with
want
that
me to
final
lie?
question. Anyway, are you a widower or has a relative willing to sponsor?
No.
No. Okay. Proceed to the self-sponsor category. Do you have over $800,000 plus an investment in a post-1990 EB5 company? Yes or no?
Yes.
You do? Okay. Do you have
I do,
investment that
actually.
creates or saves 10 jobs for U.S. workers in less than or equal to 2 years?
Say that again.
Do you have investment creates or saves 10 jobs for U.S. workers in less than or equal to 2 years?
I would argue yes.
Okay. Are you in a targeted area?
Define targeted area.
Hold on.
That's so weird. That's the one thing you didn't over-explain.
Give me a moment. I actually don't know that one. We've never gotten this far. You're doing amazing, by the way.
Yeah, because I've already passed this fucking test, you idiot.
Hold on.
You think I'm just going to be honest and fail after I've already passed?
Okay. So, the targeted
answer that
area
question?
is called a targeted employment area as a key term in the EB-5 Immigration Investor Program, which allows foreign nationals to obtain a U.S. green card by investing in a U.S. business that creates jobs. So in the context, the
Yes,
targeted
I would be.
area refers to a region that qualifies for a reduced investment threshold under the EB-5 program. So there are two types of TEAs.
be.
There is in a rural area, as in you're located outside of a metropolitan statistical area and outside any city or town with a population of 20,000 or more, and those areas being less developed and need more economic stimulation, or in a high employment area, as in there is unemployment with at least 150% of the national average, which this is usually in typically urban or semi-urban regions in economic hardship. So I guess the question is are you planning on moving to a targeted area?
Yes.
Ooh. Do you have an EB1, 2, or 5 country limit filed?
No.
No? Darn. Wait!
Oh, you thought I was going to say yes.
Look at you. You might be eligible. And you know what? You did it in record time. That means you get a court date. You might
Did we
be
just-
eligible, which means, right? Which
Did we
means, hear
just
me out.
spend
Hear me
15
out.
minutes
Hear me
doing
out.
what I thought? said we would
That
did we just
going
waste
down
all
that
that
route
time?
would have taken roughly 6
did we just
years
waste
to
all that
complete.
time?
What?
Oh, you're so funny. Did we just waste all that time? To
Yeah,
tell
no, you did
that
it.
I
No,
passed
you
the
won.
test?
You won the. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
impossible to win the game. It's just really
Like
hard.
Like
This
how
is
I
really
told you
hard.
I already did 20 minutes ago. Remember that? Remember how I told you I already passed this test
Yeah.
about 5 times?
Yeah.
Were you surprised that I passed the
it's-
test?
It's really funny though.
Why is it funny that I passed
Well,
the
because
test?
it's ridiculous. Okay, by the way, just
Why is it
FYI,
ridiculous?
if you'll notice right
What?
here, there's like a
Hold on.
portion here
No.
that says, huh?
No. Stop, please. Which one of those questions were ridiculous?
Oh, there's a lot of them. Like outside of like the first,
Which
like
one?
these first
Which
ones.
one? Number one. Which one?
I think like the refugee program, the diversity lottery section is just kind of silly.
No. Pick
Yeah.
one. Pick one.
I mean, I could pick, any of these. I just think that like the idea of a
Pick
diversity
one.
lottery is just stupid.
Why?
Yeah, like the persecuted others. Like, why does it matter if you're persecuted versus not persecuted? I don't agree with that. Past persecution or fear of it within
Why
your
would
home
we-
country.
why would
Why does
we-
that matter?
Hold
Yes
on.
or no?
Stop,
Who gives a
stop,
shit about
stop,
that?
stop,
What if
stop,
you
stop,
if you're a
stop,
forced
stop,
abortion
stop,
or sterilization? I don't know. I don't really care about that. That's silly. Why is that even a
Please
question?
stop.
There's
Your
all
first
sorts of these
question.
questions. But here's the thing, man.
Your first
Republicans have been
Stop,
pushing.
please,
Republicans,
please.
stop for a moment.
Please let me speak.
Go ahead.
Your first
Fine, go
question.
ahead.
Your first question was why would the diversity lottery matter? Why would we prioritize persecuted people? I think we should. What's wrong with that?
I think we should prioritize everybody.
Okay, but some people have it worse than others.
Okay.
So it's kind of a triage situation. Yes?
Right. Maybe not have like 1,000 different ways to fail on this.
So your argument just boils down to maybe we should change things.
Yeah.
Okay,
Make it easier.
okay,
Yeah.
but things are the way they are.
Like this
What
is
are
a
you gonna do
nightmare.
with-
This is so ridiculous.
I
I think
haven't-
anybody that's
hey.
even slightly
Hey,
slightly
guess
like
what?
reasonable, they would
Hey,
look at this and go,
guess
this is a
what?
convoluted mess. It is.
Hey, guess what? I broke my arm. I don't care about the design of the seesaw. I broke my arm.
Okay. And so make the
We should
seesaw
change-
safer.
We should change the seesaw. Okay,
Yeah.
but I broke my arm. What do I do? Change the seesaw with my broken arm?
No, we take care of you.
Oh, yeah, like kicking you out of the country when you break the rules.
What? But wait.
Yeah.
Kicking someone out of the country. Like, do we
Yeah,
kick them
the
out
immigrant.
for breaking their
Hey,
arm?
let me explain it to you. The immigrant is my broken arm. I have a problem. We need to fix it. I don't care what caused the problem. We need to fix it.
But like, you understand? Like, what I would do is like, not, I would make the seesaw
let them
safer
be,
so that
and
way
then
people don't end
let
up with
them
broken
be.
arms. Your argument
Yeah.
is, well, I kind of like
What do you do with the
retribution because I don't
person-
know, they're brown. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Are you actually dumb? I'm asking you, what does the person with the broken arm do? It's not fix the seesaw. It's
Well, no,
handle
I'm
their
saying
broken
you get them
arm.
the help that they need. That's what I said.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in this analogy,
You
the
help fix
broken
their
arm.
We don't kick them out of the
arm-
country for having a broken arm and make them lose their job because they have a broken arm. We try to help them.
Are you actually dumb?
I mean, you think I'm dumb, but
Let
You
me
know, I don't know what
explain
to-
this analogy to you.
yeah, help me out.
perfectly, Okay.
Go for it. Yep.
You are on a seesaw.
Uh-huh.
The seesaw is our immigration policy.
Yeah.
You are an
Yeah. So when they break their
undocumented-
arm, it's their fault that they're on the seesaw. We shouldn't help them. In fact, we should make them lose their job.
No.
I completely agree with you. Yeah.
No, you didn't actually let me finish explaining the analogy, so you just jumped to a conclusion, which is very apt.
Yeah.
So let me explain it to you
Yeah.
while you be smug and pedantic.
Yeah.
The seesaw is America's immigration policy.
Yeah.
The person on the seesaw is an undocumented immigrant.
Okay.
They broke their arm.
Yeah.
We need to address that problem. The broken arm is them being here illegally.
Yeah.
Understand?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay. Addressing the design of the seesaw does not address the broken arm.
Okay. And maybe I'm just being really stupid.
you-
Maybe I'm just being really stupid. Maybe fix the seesaw and the broken arm. Whoa. You could do two at once. Huh?
So
What do you
we're going to
think?
change our immigration policy and kick the person out.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. Because it's not the same as a broken arm, is it?
Do you?
No, I just think I don't think that there is. I mean,
not-
maybe if they broke
The
broke
analogy is not one.
if they
it's not one to one,
are
man.
committing
It's a
violent
fucking
acts,
analogy.
I would be completely in agreement with you. But I think if
an
they are
analogy.
not doing that and they just are kind of existing, I think that there should be a very simple and easy pathway to citizenship. Kind of like what Ronald Reagan did. We did like a vast amnesty
care what
system that
Ronald
a lot
Reagan
of
did. I don't.
that let a
Listen,
lot of
you can
a lot
vote.
of immigrants in,
Stop.
and it let people
Stop.
live their life.
please,
Yeah, I don't
stop.
like the kind of
Stop,
weird
please, stop.
xenophobia that the United States is doing. Yeah.
We don't have xenophobia.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Who's running the country right
Well,
now?
Who? Darnell Trump?
Yeah.
You think he's a xenophobe?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to touch that. But here's what I will say. I don't care how you want to change the policy. The policy today is that these people do not belong. I think
Why don't they belong?
that we should, because they broke the law to get here illegally. They did
Have
not
you ever
come
broken
to
the law?
Legal. Yes.
Do you not belong?
I didn't break the law that said I shouldn't be here.
Well, I'm
I
just
broke
saying,
the
like,
laws
I mean, have you ever
and
suffered
the-
trespassed before?
No, not specifically trespass, but I.
If
have
somebody
broken laws that I have
trespasses, do you
suffered
think that
consequences
they shouldn't
for.
be here?
Yes, I think if someone trespasses, they should be removed.
Maybe from the trespassing
If you
area,
get-
but maybe
you
not
get
out of the
kicked off-
country. That's
Listen,
fair.
if
I'll
you get
grant you
kicked out
that.
of-
We should definitely
How about this?
remove trespassing individuals. I'll grant you that.
How about this?
But
If
I just
you
don't
get
think
kicked out
that it's the same regarding like a country as opposed to like someone's
Why
private
not?
property. I'll grant you that.
Why not?
Well, because you're talking about an entire country where there's like public easements and
So what?
areas where people can be. Yeah.
It's private, public. Well, it's not private.
Yeah,
but
well, I
it's public property.
think people should have a right to be
That-
able to work here in the United States, and they should.
Do you think you should just?
there should be a
able to
valid
go
pathway to
Germany?
citizenship. That's what I believe. I do genuinely believe that. I do.
Do you think you, as a person, should just be entitled to move to any country? with
No.
no. Okay, so why is that different for us?
Well, because
You
we're
should
the
have
land
to
of the free and home of the
qualify.
brave. We're better.
What is that? How does that?
We're the land of the free and the
What
home of
does
the
that have to
brave.
do
We're
with
better.
So we just accept everybody?
I try to accept as
no-
many people as I want. Hear me out, right? We
There's
get
no qualifications?
no, of course there's qualifications, but I just think it should be a lot easier.
So what are you arguing against?
Well, I just think it should be a lot easier. That's all.
Okay,
I think
but-
like here's the thing, right? I think like
okay.
if I think if you have, I'll give you my plan. Are you ready? Here's what I would change it to. The system would
really
be
don't
as
care.
follows. You don't care?
Well, I have an important question for you. It doesn't matter
Why
what
don't you
your
care?
utopic worldview is. It doesn't matter what you wish the
I don't
country
think it's that
is.
utopic. I think it's pretty kind of basic. In fact, we had it in
It's-
stuff like this in the past. We
what-
just made it more
what
and more
you-
convoluted because of xenophobia.
What you are proposing is something that no country on the planet has.
That's wrong. You also don't even know what I'm going to propose.
I can guess. But beside all that, here's my question. I'll ask it again. Given the state of the country's laws today, I don't care what you wish would be, should we enforce the immigration laws as they are on the books?
No.
Yes or no? That is wild.
No, I just think they're wrong. I think it's evil what we're doing. I think we're doing a bad thing. Yeah, I think we're making life worse for a lot of people who just want to work. Yeah, I think it's wrong.
What we do is more lax than 160 of the 200 countries on the planet. I don't share that view. I think that's crazy.
Okay. Do you have anything else for me?
Yes, I do. I think to be an American is not a geographical thing. It's a mindset. I think the whole world is American, and they haven't realized it yet. So I don't think everyone needs to come here. I just think they have to adopt the worldview. What do you think of that?
I think there's going to be. I think that
Look at
countries
South
have a
Korea.
right to their own autonomy, and I don't believe that
Yeah.
in a world conquest of like. To me, like when I heard that, it sounds like a manifest destiny kind of a thing.
Oh, it's an idea. It's an ideology.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Free speech.
I think it would cause a
free
lot of
speech,
death and
freedom
suffering.
of religion.
I think it would just be
The
a
first-
lot of death and
The
suffering
first
if you
10
tried to do
amendments
that.
would cause. The first 10 amendments worldwide would cause death and destruction.
The first 10 amendments?
Yeah, that's what America is. The Bill of Rights, right? Basically, that's the core idea of America, right?
Okay.
Would you
I
agree
mean,
with that?
I think like if people want to adopt it, I think like a lead by example is probably the best way to go about it. Not like I don't know, we should conquest these countries, I guess is my only concern.
Yeah, I'm not saying like
I'll push back against that.
Conquest. I'm not saying like a military thing. I'm saying that like it's self-evident that the Bill of Rights is the way to go. I'm saying that is just like
I don't know.
naturally
Yeah,
the best thing
I don't
to
think
do.
I agree with that. Like, take for example,
well, you're
like
un-American. Sorry.
that I don't want to like commit imperialism on all these other countries.
What the? Why would you say that?
Well,
I said
because,
3 different times that I'm not talking about that.
Well,
I'm
I
talking
mean,
about
like,
the idea
like
of
how,
spreading. It's an
for example, do I
intellectual
push,
competition.
like, and don't get me wrong, right? I don't like say, for example, I'm going to use as an example, North Korea. North Korea possesses a Juche ideology, and you're not going to find me arguing in favor of Juche. But I think
Okay, 'cause that's wrong.
I think that if we try to free the people of the Juche ideology, I think like a lot of people, like if we like destroyed, say like their dear leader or whatever, and we said the
you're
whole
talking
Juche
about
ideology
military
is
shit.
nonsense, it's madness. I think like what you would end up with is a lot of dead people. There would be a lot. I think a lot of people
Again.
they would scream to the death, and I think after everything was said and done, I think that the suffering would be greater than to just leave them alone. Like I'll be
Thank
honest
you
with you,
for
I don't
saying.
think we should. You could just call me First Amender.
You won't tell me your first name?
I can't.
I'm
I've been
Okay, that's
doxxed in the
fair.
past, and I got news for
Okay.
you, man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
fun.
I get it. No, I get it. I totally get it. I'm super online. I'm trying to find it hard to like relate to you as a guy. I'm 34. I live in Buffalo. I'm a normal working class guy, but like you keep saying stuff that I'm not saying. I said to you 3 different times, I'm not talking about military intervention. I'm talking
you're confused. Imperialism
I'm
doesn't
talking about-
imperialism doesn't necessarily mean militaristic advantage.
stop.
It could just be like
I know.
an ideology thing. I don't agree with
Yes,
it.
but what you said is you brought up North Korea and you said about what if we took out their leader, and it's like that's not what I'm talking about.
Or like even if we like try to push against them in their idea.
Stop. I'm talking about an intellectual contagion. I'm talking about spreading the idea of being American to the entire world, not militarily. I'm talking about the idea of embracing free speech, embracing the freedom of religion, embracing no searches and seizures, all the 10 amendments. Those worldwide would be better.
What if I told you we've already done that?
We haven't.
We haven't?
Yeah.
No,
We haven't.
I think you're wrong
Ever
there.
heard of Pakistan?
No, I mean I think they're I think Pakistan is very well aware of our freedom that they want that we
Oh
want to
yeah. Do they embrace it?
Yeah,
Do
no,
they like it?
no, because it's usually ends up
that's
in
what I'm
militarism, and they don't like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Eventually, we convince enough people that it spreads.
Well, we already have actually. Most of Europe has accepted
No.
us.
Yeah. Okay, that's my point. So we keep going. We haven't made it to the Far
All right,
East.
now hear me
We
out,
haven't made
right?
it to China.
Hear me out, right?
We haven't made it to Japan.
Hear me out, right? I think helping people when they need it, establishing beneficial trade deals that benefits both the home country as well as us. And diplomacy. I think that's a good thing.
Okay, yeah, those are good things.
I mean,
What
it sounds
do you
better than
disagree
like
with?
pushing the ideals. I think the ideals would just kind of come naturally when they see that
No,
that
they
their
haven't.
economy can soar. No, it can and has that exact concept, and I don't require any aggression
hasn't
or
everywhere.
forcing an idea down someone's throat.
Why? Okay, can you pause and acknowledge that you just injected the word force into this? Why would you say the word force?
Well, because it sounds like that you're arguing a form of force.
I'm not. So what now?
I mean, you're saying that your ideology is best.
It is. Does that mean I have to force people into it? Or can I convince
If you're
them
not,
of it?
if you're not for,
forcefully?
well, I mean, what? Okay, let's say you convince them, and then they're like, "Yeah, I don't want to."
Yeah. Well, you just contradicted yourself. Convince means they agree now.
I'm saying you tried to convince them,
I-
and then they go, "I don't want to." Now what?
You keep trying. Without force.
Trying how? Trying how? I don't understand.
What do you mean? Have
You just keep
never
talking to
had
them?
an
Like, what do you
argument?
mean? Like, I want
Hey.
you to leave now. Bye.
Let me ask you, First Amender, have you ever disagreed with a loved one?
Sure.
And were they ever not persuaded by your first argument?
Yeah.
Okay, what'd you do?
I just went, and, let's let bygones be bygones, and then I moved forward.
Oh, you just gave up and never tried to convince them again? You just
Yeah.
gave up. First
Yeah.
try.
Sure. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. I just look at them and
That's
go.
pretty weak, and I don't think you have strong convictions then. Cause
I
if
have
you had
very
a
strong convictions. You'd be amazed.
then
It's
why-
just I
then why wouldn't you try-
don't want to
why wouldn't you try
go
to
out of
argue
my
with
way to
them?
make people uncomfortable, and I wouldn't keep digging at it like
Why
as
would-
if it's
wait.
like I'm right. Maybe I'm
don't-
wrong. I mean, I don't know.
You
know?
don't have to be. you don't have to make them uncomfortable, and you don't have to dig. Why wouldn't you just try?
Well, you
a
said you would keep
non-confrontational approach?
trying to
Yeah.
convince them, and that just sounds like
course.
you'd be digging. Yeah.
Through love.
I just don't agree with that. I don't know what to tell you.
Have you ever met a drug addict?
Yes.
You ever have a drug addict close to you?
Oh, close to me? I'm trying to think.
Probably not. Doesn't sound like it.
No.
Because it sounds like you would just say, "Hey, stop doing coke," and they would say, "Nah, I really love coke."
Yeah,
And
but
you would
that's a
just be
little
like,
different,
"All
right? Don't you think? That's a little different.
No, I don't. I don't,
don't
think
think
it's
that's-
different, actually.
Okay, so like, okay, if somebody is just like, oh, I voted for Trump and oh, I voted for Biden, right? Like you're like, I'm just gonna dig all day long, like onto like why they voted for Trump instead of Biden or whatever. No, I'm just gonna kind of
but
leave
see-
them alone. But it's like obviously it's not the
No.
same as like a
No,
drug
no, no,
user,
no.
right? I don't think like,
You
and I
are-
also don't think
you are
governments are
making
at
it-
the same level
Stop.
of like drug user.
Stop, please. Pause. You're making it two extremes. My father voted for Trump twice.
Wow.
I hate Trump. You think I've only had one conversation with my father about Trump? No. I try to convince him all the time it comes up
Mm-hmm.
in a non-confrontational way.
Yeah.
It's not give or die. It's not do or die. It's not I'm going to throw him to the wind because I can't convince him. And it's not I'm going to attack him until I convince him. It's I'm going to treat my father with love, respect, and admiration while I try to convince him using the points that I know about him to convince him more strongly. Do you
I mean,
understand what I'm saying?
I don't disagree with any of that. I do think that if there
Yeah.
is like at the point of frustration, however, like if somebody's getting frustrated, I'll just be like, no problem, I apologize, and then I move on.
Yeah, of course. If it gets heated, sure. But like what I'm saying is it doesn't have to ever be heated. It could just be a small, cute comment. It can just be a relation to the person and the enemy. You know what I mean? Like and that's what I'm saying as far as countries. We don't share a lot of cultural things with Japan. But Japanese people can agree with the right of free speech. It's ubiquitous. It's not a racial thing. It's not a geographical thing. I think it's a human thing.
Okay.
make
I
sense?
mean, yeah, I mean, I guess so, but I don't know, like, I think the severity, I guess, of like country versus country is going to be, you know, in ideological differences of the country. You know, ultimately what I think is interesting is like we should probably consider, you know, obviously the values of the United States, but at the same time, you know, like if the values don't necessarily align, what I would probably go out of my way to do is to try to like find some level of common ground. So that way, like,
Yeah.
you know, there could be like favorable trade deals, not try to like challenge their position. I just don't think that it would be fruitful.
Yeah. Like I said,
You know, like I'm never going to convince North Korea out of like Juche. It's never going to happen without like a giant fight. It'll never happen. You know, like,
I might
by the
agree
way,
with you.
Juche's
Yeah,
bad. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure. Like, they're never going to change that,
No, yeah, I'm saying
Not
I
without a
agree.
fight.
Yeah, you're right.
you know, or like Islam. Like, I think Islam is horrendous. I hate Islam. I don't like but with that being said, I don't like any religion. All religions are terrible. And like, I try to tell people why I don't like religion, but like, I mean, as soon as someone's just like, listen, I'm just going to believe what I believe. And I just I'm like, okay, you know?
Sure. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm split on Islam. I'm a practicing Christian. I know I swore a couple times on the stream, but
Who did you vote for?
In 2024,
Yeah.
Kamala.
Hell yeah. Based.
I told you I was center left, bro.
Why did you vote
We
for
don't-
Kamala?
Oh, because it was her or Trump. I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, I could have thrown my vote away. I mean, like I said, I live in Buffalo, so it was the state was going to go to Kamala anyway. But like,
Yeah.
although I will say, Erie County is very
Do you like the Bills?
Republican. I don't like sports, and
Okay, fair enough. I like the Bills.
honestly, Here's a spicy comment. I wish Bon Jovi would have taken the team to Toronto. Because I can't go to any of my favorite places on Sundays because it's fucking Bills fans everywhere.
All right, fair enough.
But hey, listen, dude. I like you. I know we argue. I've called in before. You're a good dude. I won't take up any.
Have you subscribed?
To what? Your YouTube?
Yeah.
Yes, I am. I'm looking at it right now.
All right,
Subscribe.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem, dude.
All right, have a good day. Good luck. I'm glad we could at least end it on a good note. We didn't have to argue the whole time.
Yeah, of course. Listen, we're all Americans at the end. I think it's worldwide, and hopefully we can achieve that.
I think actually George Soros shares a very same idea as you. I'm not actually against George Soros. I think he actually has done a lot of good things. He's also done some bad stuff. Don't get me wrong. I think there's gray area to
Sure. Yeah, that's a funny joke. You made me laugh.
That's funny. No, I read George Soros's book, and I was like, let's see how bad this person is. I was like, holy crap! Wait, this guy's actually kind of based.
Really?
Yeah, the part where he sinks the UK economy, that's not based. That's very bad. The good part though is he tries to spread democracy through NGO means, trying to help people. He helped end apartheid in South Africa, for instance, and provided vaccines for people when they needed it, which is that's amazing. That's fabulous. If I were a billionaire, I'd probably do the same thing.
What's the book called?
I think it's the. See, now you hold on. I'll pull it up. Hold on. What was it? I'm trying to just give me a second. Yes, it was called "In Defense of Open Society."
In Defense of Open
by George
Society.
Soros.
Okay, yeah. I'll check it out because I honestly only know him from the meme of he.
Oh yeah, no, everybody they think he's literally the devil. And it's really funny.
Yeah,
he's literally just like a milk. Yeah, he's just like kind of like a social liberal that made a crap ton of money and uses his money to spread his social liberalism. That's literally what it is.
Don't take this any sort of way, but is George Soros Jewish?
Yes.
Okay.
This is actually why the right really goes up against him really hard, because they're just like, he's Jewish conspiracy. George Soros, he's paying everybody to be at the protest.
Well, he's Jewish and he spends a lot of money to advocate for things.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. He fits the mold.
All right. Well, all right. My wife's coming home, so I got to get off here so she doesn't know I'm talking to people on Discord and judge me.
You're calling me anyway. All right, good talk.
Stop it! Don't tell me that.
All right. Have a good. Bye bye.
You too.
That was funny. That was a funny call. Anyway, phones are open. Calls back to back, boy. Calls back to back. I'm telling you. I enjoyed that call, honestly. That wasn't super bad. We disagreed on how much. I guess he didn't really. He wasn't arguing for foreign interventionism, but it kind of sounded like it, a little bit. Anyway. I hope y'all are having a good day. It looks like I'm currently trying to finish Nightmare Mode. TL says, there it is. The unfalsifiable racist card that even though you can't prove it in any way, shape, or form, considering we let all races and religions in. Sure, bud. Who are you talking to? I think he's talking to Bobro. We are playing... Anyway, phones are open. If you guys want to have a debate, I'm right here. No, we got a phone call. Hold on, let me townport. Yeah! All right. You are on the line with First Amender. How you doing today?
Hey, how's it going there, bud? Yeah. Good to talk to you again.
What you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I was hearing your last couple conversations, and I just had, I just had a few questions kind of bouncing around in my head. So, like you didn't like the way that, the Nazis did things, or the way that that Japan runs their country. So, given the criteria of what you say you don't like about a country, would you say that? Would you be willing to say that Israel is basically the moral equivalent of a Nazi state?
Yeah, it's an ethno-state. I'm against it. I don't like the idea of an ethno-state.
Okay, so you would morally condemn Israel, right?
I morally condemn Israel being an ethno-state. I believe that Israel has a right to exist, and I believe that Jewish people ought to be able to purchase property. But we owe land to the Palestinian people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they stole it. It's stolen land.
Yeah, the Israelis stole land. Yes.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't even morally have the right to exist.
Well, it does have a right. I do I think that people have been in Israel for long enough time to justify, them being able to own land there. But at the same time, I have to ask, that they stole land from them. And so we need to, consolidate that. We need to give people the justice that they deserve and with equal representation.
Right. But do you understand that that the very formation of the country itself was immoral?
Yeah, I'm aware. The UK and the United Nations, sure. I just know, but here's the problem. It's one step above. It's not just people needing to find a home and settling. It's making that area an ethno state. It's been slow and gradual, and they've been doing this for a long time, and I don't like it. I think we need to stop it. Yeah.
Okay. Would you also advocate that maybe we shouldn't be supporting them in any way?
I think there's a point as to why we would even support them. I know that we do need their intelligence, and I do know that we need, because they're a valuable intelligence effort in the foothold in the Middle East. You can't just leave the Middle East completely alone.
Well, why not? We never had a problem there before. It was never a concern. What was the concern for the United States before the formation of Israel?
Oh, there really wasn't that much of a concern. I mean, that wasn't that wasn't at the point where I think it was Carter had signed an agreement, basically wanting to have peace between Israel and Palestinians, and that's where we actually started getting involved. From there, it got worse over time, and now we're at where we're at right now. I mean. The thing to consider is that there was the Yom Kippur War where Syria and Egypt made a land grab for Israel in the middle of the night, specifically wanting to take the land back. And the United States came to the defense of them, and then the end result was that Saudi Arabia decided to cut off oil, selling oil to the United States in a trade embargo, which resulted in us being roughly 2 weeks away from not having enough fuel to have food show up in grocery store shelves.
Right, I understand that, but do you see how the source of that problem is our support for Israel?
No, I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of like if we were tied to supporting Nazi Germany, wouldn't it be guilt by association?
Well, I mean, what I would go is say, I think we just have a specific set of cards to deal with, and it's not that we can take back the hands of time. We have to deal with what we currently have. I mean, it's not really a valid foreign policy to say, well, if we were just never there. And I think if you just suddenly pulled out now, it would not be beneficial to the United States.
Why? Why would it not?
Well, because there would be a lot of retaliation.
What kind of towards who?
Well, I mean, it would be possible, say, for example, like if Iran got nukes, that they could nuke our allies. That would be a problem.
What allies? Iran is not even in the pursuit of making a nuclear weapon. Did you know that they've been saying that Iran was weeks away from a nuclear weapon for a long time. So why should we believe them?
It's kind of a meme, but it is kind of a meme. I'll grant you that. At the same time, you have to realize that it's not true until it is, right?
Do you know that they're only capable, like even if they put their best efforts to it, they would only be capable of making a bomb that would be the equivalent of Fat Man. Mm-hmm. And it would be that big too. So good luck trying to get that thing to Israel or the United States or anywhere else. And you would need literal rocket scientists to build an ICBM, which they do not possess right now. They don't possess the technology nor the brain, capacity to do it. They're just a non-threat.
I hate to interrupt you. Do you know anything about Diablo 2 by any chance?
I'm sorry, I don't. I wouldn't be able to help you there.
Damn it.
I've heard of it, though. It's a very popular game.
Yeah. I just thought...
Sorry about that.
Okay.
But before you hung up on your last guest, you were like, these right-wingers, they love to go on about the Jews and this and that. And I just kind of want to correct a little notion there. And it's not exactly, it's more complicated than that. I would say it's more split. As you can see, there are plenty of kind of like people on the Warhawk right that are very supportive of Israel and supportive of Jews, and they read the
I guess I'm like
Bible,
referring to that's fair. Like you're talking about like your classic Republican, and I would agree with you there. I probably wouldn't attribute that to your classic Republican. I'm talking about your right wing, like, hard right Republican. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like big difference.
Well, far right maybe.
Far
right.
But far right. Yep.
But the average Trump voter knows that he's a huge simp for Israel, basically.
Yeah.
So how could the majority of Trump's voter base be anti-Semitic?
Well, I don't know about like a majority.
Or do you believe that? I don't know. I don't even know if you believe that.
I think it depends on the person you ask, but yeah, there's a lot of anti-Semitism in on the right.
Sure, but I mean, as far as people that support Trump, I think it's a little more nuanced, don't you?
Sure, I'll grant you that.
Okay. Now, a couple of things I think maybe you'd be interested in understanding. Are you familiar, do you believe that when, Zionists, self-admitted Zionists speak, that we should believe what they say?
When self-admitted Zionists speak, should we believe what they say? I think it depends on the person. I don't know. Are they
Are you familiar with... or even lobbying groups. Are you familiar with AIPAC?
Yeah, they're awful.
Right. Do you know what they were called before they were?
Ever.
Yeah.
And exactly. I mean, their main argument is that the ethno-state, and that's kind of the problem. I just don't think that we should be supporting an ethno-state.
I agree. I agree with
ethno-states are wrong.
Because here's the thing that's funny. It's I disagree vehemently with people on the right, like Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro. I feel like these are not America First patriot type of people, because they have these contradictory views when it comes to America and
I'm like
Israel.
I'm a everybody first kind of a person. Don't hurt anybody. I mean, do what you can to avoid hurting anybody. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Right. And I just see a genocide happening in Israel, and it upsets me.
Sure.
I get upset.
And we're funding it.
Yes. And I don't like it. I think it's bad. I think we need to stop it.
Yeah. I'm glad. So see, that's the one thing I think that the left and right are in agreement on currently at the moment is that they are kind of getting this Zionist fatigue. Yeah. And there are some things that the left is now learning that has been known for a long time on the right since October 7th. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the USS Liberty.
Yes.
You are okay.
Yeah, there's
I mean,
there's a
that.
theory that they did it on purpose in order to instigate. Anyway, it's yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it would be hard for them not to know that it wasn't an American ship. I mean, they were flying the holiday colors that day, and it's a much bigger American
I'm not.
flag. Than,
I don't know for sure. That's my only but yes, it is
Yeah.
suspicious. I'll grant you that, and it's terrible that would happen. And yeah, it's for sure an area of contention. I agree with you.
Yeah. And are you familiar with the Lavon affair?
No,
The Lavon affair?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So that was one where, is the Mossad basically planted bombs to blow up American tourists, and they could blame it on, whoever their enemies were at the time. There was also the Apollo incident where they stole nuclear materials, which began it started their own nuclear program, an illegal nuclear program that they weren't supposed to have, that JFK was poking around into. He wanted them to sign FARA. Are you familiar with FARA?
No.
So there's I think I'm a little fuzzy on the details of it, but I think it's FARAH maybe. I think there's an.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, hello.
Yep.
Oh yeah. So, it's
sound much better, by the way. I don't know what you did, but you sound a lot better.
Listening through. Well, I had my earphones in, and then they just died. So
okay.
I'm just directly on my phone. But basically, it's like an agreement that if you want to be signed into like this alliance, you have to. You have to agree to the same agreements as the rest of our allies, and they didn't want to sign on to that. And JFK was pushing Ben Gurion to sign on to it, and he also wanted to inspect facilities to make sure they weren't creating nukes, and they sent him to a dummy facility. So anyway, they've done a ton of nefarious things, and it's just one reason I just don't think we should be supporting them at all. But I don't know. We have a bunch of people here saying that anything you say about the state of Israel is anti-Semitic, and I'm just.
I think you can be, say for example, anti-Netanyahu, and not be anti-Semitic. I'm sorry, I don't buy the idea that it's anti-Semitic. It's like me wanting to stop a genocide is not anti-Semitic. I'm sorry.
Right. I mean, the problem I have, especially with some of the Trump's administration, is that they want to make the term anti-Semitic so nebulous that you're just they'll just whenever they think that you fit the bill, they'll just plaster you with that label. So I don't know. It's really weird. And I think a lot of the people, get called far right. What do you think of Nick Fuentes?
Oh, he's
I'm
horrible.
sure you think maybe he's a Nazi. He's terrible.
He's a Nazi.
But I think so far it sounds like you agree with everything he says about Israel.
Yeah, he hates Jews.
Well, but is he right about Israel?
I think it's possible. A broken clock can be right twice a day, sure.
And I don't think he hates Jews. I think you can be
does.
critical of this. You think he hates Jews?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that he just secretly does and he's not saying it, or what do you mean?
No, he's pretty open about it.
He openly hates Jewish individuals.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard him say.
Yeah, haven't you heard of the 6 million cookies thing?
Oh,
Holocaust
yeah,
denial. You remember that? Yeah.
Holocaust denial. Yeah.
Not a big fan of that.
What do you? Right, but how do you deal with that?
Holocaust denial?
No, but that's the
Provide them
cookies thing.
provide them census data.
Right, but did you know that's a meme too?
What, the census data?
Yeah, like they show you the census before and after World War II, and it's like not missing 6 million people.
Wrong. That's
Wrong?
empirically false. Yeah.
Huh.
It's
Well,
6
why is
million.
that such a popular
I even sat
meme,
there
then?
with a freaking Excel spreadsheet to calculate it and got it to 6 million very easily.
They got it to 6 million easily?
Yep.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I mean,
I can show you, the
know,
infographic.
I don't really...
I mean, it's all there.
No. It's not something like I heard the cookies thing. I'm not going to touch that. It's just kind of like, I don't know what the answer is. I never seen anyone look into what the answer was.
How many people do you
but,
think
I
died
mean,
in the Holocaust?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
Why?
I mean, I heard that, I heard it was 6 million. That's all I've known. That's the only number I've ever been provided. And in memes, I see, it's like Paulie from Sopranos, and he's standing in front of a card from the Red Cross, and he's like, "Hey, Tone, you telling me that the Red Cross don't know how to count?" And it says like 200,000 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I'm no expert on that. But did you know,
Yeah, so this was
what do you
where
think?
this is where I got that information. Here we go. I'll provide it real quick. This is the European Jewish population distribution circa 1933. And it basically gives you, this is circa 1983, and then you can look at it again. Where's the after? Where the heck is the after? Oh my goodness. Where did it go? There's another one of these that gives you right after. I basically took both of them and I put the numbers into Excel and got the exact numbers. It was 6 million. Yeah.
All right. I mean, that's fine. Like I said, it's not one of those things that I'm like super interested in, but that it definitely wasn't the first country where something like that happened. Have you ever heard the stat that that they've been kicked out of 109 countries?
Jewish people?
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Oh, okay. That's kind of weird. Do you what do you think about that?
I think that there's a lot of history of people that don't like them and anti-Semitism that results in that. Yeah. There's a lot of racism.
Racism? What do you think anti-Semitism is?
To be against the Semitic people.
Right, but
this could also include people of Islamic origin.
Right. Did you know that they don't allow DNA testing in Israel?
Okay.
Do you know why?
No.
Because most of the people there aren't Semitic.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and they're mostly atheist. So if they're mostly atheist and they're not Semitic, how is it anti-Semitic?
To be against Jewish people?
Well, they're not even. What is a Jewish person?
Of Jewish descent?
Right. You mean a Semite?
Yeah.
Okay, but they're not Semitic. Can you be anti-Semitic
I'm
to a
pulling up
non-Semitic
the definition
person?
for anti-Semitic, and it just says hostile or prejudice against Jewish people.
Right. So what's a Jewish person?
Someone who's a descendant of Jews.
So Semitic.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're not Semitic, you're not Jewish by religion, how can it be anti-Semitic?
Because there are Semitic people there?
Yeah, but most of them are not. Most of them have their blood traced back to Eastern Europe.
I have no idea if that's the case. No clue.
Oh, yeah, look into it. That's why they don't allow DNA testing, because the argument from the Palestinians is that they're not even Semitic people. That's why I'm trying to find out, like, when you're talking about right-wingers that don't like Jews or whatever, the thing is that this is a fact that they know that you don't. So now we have to kind of fix our definition because the definition you're ascribing to them doesn't work.
Hold on.
Can I ask you something else? Like, would it be wrong to?
I mean, it looks like that there's religious concern. Mamzer status. If there's a DNA test that reveals someone who is not the biological child of a married Jewish man, the child could be labeled as a mamzer, which means that they're born from certain forbidden relationships. Mamzerism face serious limitations under Jewish law, and they cannot marry most other Jews. And in Israeli rabbinical courts, which control marriage and Jews for Israel, don't want genetic testing casually revealing these issues, which could cause a lifelong legal and social consequence. So it's a very big deal in Israel. An ethno-state. I don't like it.
Bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I don't like it.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, if there's... Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you're not going to find me arguing in favor of a Jewish ethno-state. It's not going to happen.
Well, right, but it's not just that. It's like, Jewish influence over American foreign policy, which AIPAC has kind of been the dictator of for like the past 30 plus years. Yeah,
I agree with you.
So it's like I think we need to listen to what they say they believe about themselves. And when we put
you're
that
kind
into
of going
question,
a little pat. Not all Jews want an
sure.
ethno state of Israel. Most Jews,
I know,
left alone and not treated badly, and they want to live their life, and that's it. That's most Jews.
No, I'm totally I'm on board with people like Dave Smith. Most Jews are
not happy with Netanyahu. FYI, right? They're not.
I totally agree. The problem I have is when people are called anti-Semitic for just pointing out the fact that, look, there's a certain, when Zionists have certain in-group preferences and certain goals, and they do certain things to, weaken us and strengthen them, then that is just objective, and there should be no reason to label anybody.
I don't attribute that to Jewish people. I think lots of people do that. It's not just Jewish
hold
people.
on. Well, let me tell you why.
I disavow both of that in general.
Okay, have you ever heard of the Talmud?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever read out of it?
I've read the Old Testament. It's about as close as I've gotten.
No, it's nowhere close, trust me.
Okay.
If you read the Talmud, you would be disgusted.
Okay. I don't like any of these religious books that they all got. I mean, even the Bible itself has horrible doctrines.
Do you agree with Sam Harris that the religions, they're all bad in his eyes, but they still have a tier list according to him?
I don't know.
He still agrees that
they're all bad. They just religions suck.
Well, sure. So does Sam Harris, but at the same time, he still can grade them on a curve, and he says that, out of all the bad, the Christians or the Buddhists or whatever are the best, and Islam is the worst.
You wouldn't pick the Baha'i faith? Man, what is wrong with these people? Why don't they?
Well,
like Baha'i?
the Baha'i faith would include Christianity, so that means you'd also have to adopt.
That's
He
not,
doesn't
they're
like
Baha'i.
any of them, right? Yeah, but what does that include?
It's its
I
own
thought
thing.
I heard you read a descriptor of this one time, and
Yeah.
you said it's like some. Yeah,
Love
isn't
it.
it
Love
some
it.
kind
Great
of
religion. Great religion.
amalgamation of
Multiple religions into
all-
one. Yeah.
right?
pretty
So
cool.
it's got Christianity.
Yeah. I mean, they involve Christianity in it. They just like think that all of humanity is equal, which is really freaking cool. I love that. I love that vibe.
I mean,
That's a vibe. That's a vibe.
I don't know. I think if all of humanity was equal, we'd be in a pretty boring place.
Pretty boring place.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah, I
world
know.
would
We'd
be
be
pretty
like
boring
stuck
if
just
all of
getting
humanity.
Yeah. Got to have some entertainment. in
getting
there.
along.
Get that. Get
Do you think we can't be different and get along?
No, you can be different. That's okay.
Sure, right? So being different isn't
But different
antithetical to
and
getting
equal
along, right?
are not disanalogous terms. You can be different and equal.
Yeah, you could be equal in some ways, and you could be different in some ways. Sure, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, I just think the anti-Semitism is very vague and nebulous, and that we should just trust Zionists when they tell us what they're, into and what
Yeah, I
they
think we
push
need to
for.
call out Zionism where we see it. I think it's bad. I think us supporting it is bad, and we should strive to make a world that is more just and equitable for all people.
Sure.
I just got
We
murked.
could do our best anyway. It won't be perfect, but we could do our best.
I just got murked.
I had another question for you. Given that you kind of leveraged your own moral compass, a lot in the last two callers that you had, I was wondering, like, you said you're a humanist.
Secular
You're a
humanist.
secular humanist.
Mhm.
Okay, great. So would that be like a utilitarian moral? Like,
I'm a rural
paradigm?
utilitarian.
A rule utilitarian.
Mhm.
So, how does that differ from just the? Like
I'm able
basic
to acknowledge
utilitarianism.
that, like, I think if, like, the greatest, like having the greatest outcome for the most amount of people can actually lead to some really nasty outcomes. Like, I think if you subjugate like a particular minority because you feel like that minority is harming you, well, at the end of the day, you're just harming that minority, and then you end up with, like, systemic killings of groups of people, and I just think it's wrong. And so I think there's like a series of rules that you kind of have to follow at an individual level that lead to beneficial outcomes.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like depending on a person's subjective morality, they can kind of take that and bend it a bunch of different ways.
Hold that thought. I have to use the bathroom.
Yep.
I will be right back.
Okay.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. I might have to go shortly myself, and maybe I'll call back if you're still on. I don't know.
Okay.
But what I wanted to kind of touch on was, so I'll create like this kind of question, and you could add any changes if you'd like. So let's say, we have two worlds you could choose to live in, or, two countries or whatever. One is one's secular, where the rules are pretty much you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't impede anybody's freedom or make anyone less healthy or kill anybody. And the other is a Christian-based rule society. I'm guessing, does the atheist society sound like one closer to the rules that you abide by or that you prefer?
Yes.
Okay, so would you make any changes there or add any caveats?
Would I make any changes there or add caveats? I just think like in general, just we don't want to cause any harm, and we also want to abide by basic property rights, and I think that we should abide by a right to life, liberty, and property. I think it's really important. Yeah.
Okay. Could you define harm for me really quick? Because, maybe you might have a differing opinion on the definition of harm, but I just want to get yours right.
I would say have an adverse effect on.
Okay, so there'd be no rule against people for combat.
You broke up. Can you repeat that?
I said there'd be no rule.
I don't know what's happening. You're
People
breaking up. One more time.
Sorry, hold on. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
I think so.
Okay. Okay, so would you have any rule against like misgendering trans people for comedic purposes?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
No, I just, well, I mean, to be fair, right? Like, I think that, I think it's disrespectful. I mean, I don't know if I would make a rule that says like, oh, you must gender them. I would have to say, like, if it's like breaches to the point of harassment, then I would probably say, yeah, I got a problem with that.
Sorry to cut you off. I got to clock that, but I'll call you back maybe.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Darn, we were just getting into the trans topic. I thought it was going to be good. I was ready, dude. I was ready for that trans topic. Dang. All right, well, if anybody wants to call in. If not, I'm just going to play some more Diablo. I think I'm actually really close to Baal. I don't remember Baal being particularly difficult. I feel like I can handle Baal no problem. But I could be wrong about that. So we have Qual Kick. Give me Talash. I love Talash. Me and Talash, bro, we're homies. Look at me and Talash. He's my boy. Ah, shit. Ooh, oh my. He is strong. Oh, that was a lot of damage. It looks like he gets frozen, but he doesn't seem to take any. Let me see if I can. Bomb. What's happening? All right. Die, devil. Got him. Bubro says, First Amender, how was your day? Or how was work for you today? If you worked today. It was good. I had a good day at work. It wasn't too bad. Maybe in the morning it was a little more stressful, but no, it cooled down. And then I was like, okay, finally. Woo. Yeah. Yep. Die, Pit Lord. Start killing these dudes. Die. We still have to find Bale. He should be here somewhere, I think. Kill Bale. Kill him. Fight him in the Virginia. I actually don't know where to teleport. I'm just going to put that there. Wow, look at that mask. It's got 3 sockets. Sick. +2 to energy, +2. Honestly, 3 sockets might be able to do something with that. Alright, let's go check. 3 sockets. That ain't bad. Let's see what we can do. Lightning resist. I don't want that. Damage taken. I don't need that. I don't want damage taken. I think I got enough of that stuff. +10 to energy. 30 defense. Damage taken. Faster hit recovery. That's Helms. Yeah, faster hit recovery. Bobro says, I find it strange that people complain about there being a so-called invasion from the southern border and stuff, but they act like those people are less than human and they don't deserve to be treated like humans. Yo, true! True! Why do you keep spitting facts? Bruh. Bruh, spitting the facts. I completely agree with you. Regenerate mana, Ethrun. Maybe. Requirements. Nope. Replenish. Fire resist. Regenerate. There we got another Ethrun. Okay, that's 2. Right there. That's just mana regeneration, baby. All right, let me see here. And just curious, that's Helms, right? Yep, that we're good there. And then we've got the Topazes. Let's see. 1 to 18 lightning damage. That's a maybe. 15% increase attack. I don't need that. Helms regenerate mana 19%. Woo! That's even better than these. Yeah, if I can get more perfect skulls. Let's see. Helms 20 getting better magic items. That's not bad. Yeah, honestly, like if I can just get enough perfect skulls, I think we'll be in really good shape. Let me, oh, shoot. I have to go to my other account. Should I just say screw it and just put it in there? Oh, man. All right, let's just do it. Let's just... Am I going to regret? What did I just do? I just threw that Ethrun into the wrong thing. I just did that. I just threw an Ethrun into the wrong thing. Damn it. That's not good. What do I do? Okay, fine. Whatever. It's fine. I just accept. I just made a bad mistake. Big mistake. We got plus 38 to mana. 15 increase. 1 to 18 lightning damage. Okay, that's not the worst. It's not the worst. Whatever. We'll just... Generate mana. Replenish life. 1 to 18... lightning damage. I mean, it's great. It's a good helm. Generate mana 34%. That's fabulous. That's fabulous. That's fabulous. That's fabulous. By the way, we are taking calls. Yes, so if you want to call in, now's your chance. Come to Beta Liberal. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Stupid ass. God, I'm dumb. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What are we worried about? We're not even at Nightmare yet. We're not even at Nightmare. What are we doing? Like, worried about what? Okay, let's go. Bobro says, why do people lack empathy? I don't know, Bobro. I try, dude. I really do. I put in my own takes, man. I really do. I try to do with what's right. And if you want to see my hot takes list, I will provide it. If you disagree with one of them, call in. Call in. Show me what you got. All right. Where were we? We're going to go fight Bale. Screw Bale. All me and my homies hate Bale. Hey, yo, Bale sucks. Amulet. Phone call. You are on the line with First Amender. How you doing?
Oh, hey, it's me again. Sorry, I had to clock out of work. And
You managed to call back. All right. You had some more questions for me.
Yeah. So I was asking you, your preferred society, and there, there's like the secular humanist one, and then there's the Christian one, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then you'd prefer the secular one.
Yep.
Okay. So in the secular, in the Christian moral society, they all, they have their rules based on, Christian doctrine and all that stuff. And so in your secular society, what would be the reason that a person couldn't make like a child sex doll and sell it on the market if it's not hurting anybody?
What would be the reason if it's not hurting anybody? I think it would hurt somebody.
How?
Well, because like what ends up happening is people end up wanting to get the real thing.
No, but they would say that this is like their supplement, like it's their way to get around.
If there was empirical evidence to show that to be the case, then I wouldn't be against it. But I'm almost positive that there is no empirical evidence to show that. If anything, the opposite happens. This is why things like lolly is illegal in most countries.
Well, but we're talking about theoretically a completely secular society, right? So
Yeah, no. So
not
like
really-
in the hypothetical, assuming that harm was less, then I would be in favor of it. But in reality, the harm is more, and so the answer is no to that.
Well, actually, is there something that proves that? Like, is there proof of that?
Is there proof of that?
Is there proof that it causes
I'm almost
that having,
positive that it causes people to end up offending.
You're almost positive.
I'm almost positive. I'm not 100%.
Almost positive.
Yeah.
Not 100%. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're not 100%, though, to be clear. But let's say if I showed you something that said that wasn't the case, you would allow that to happen in your society, your preferred society?
If it led to positive outcomes, yeah. I mean, you've already asked this, and I've answered.
I don't think it would be positive even if nobody got hurt from it.
No, I'm saying like let's say if people could show that it actually caused less harm, then yeah, why not? I mean, it would be less abuse.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But like again, I'm almost positive that that's not the case. That the
You're
actual
almost, but
scenario.
you aren't. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I can sit here and look for it. Like, if you want me to sit down and look for it, I could. I mean, or you could just take my word for it that it's harmful.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I won't belabor you to like pull up a bunch of stuff or whatever. But you're almost, and that's fair. And so I think if you want to just leave it at, you're not sure, I can accept that. But anyway, so that would be something that could possibly theoretically exist in your society.
I suppose so, but I mean, again, it's like a hypothetical that doesn't exist in any reality. So even if I had my society, it likely wouldn't happen.
Well, we don't know that because you would have to argue. Like they would say, hey, I was born this way, and this is the least I am asking for.
Yeah, I mean, fair
and it's
enough.
not hurting.
They're born that way, but the problem that I'm having is that even though that they're born that way, they make the decision to harm a child. It's not the same thing as
Oh.
consenting adults. It's just two completely separate scenarios.
Right, but it's a doll. It's not a real child.
Yeah, but I've already told you that it increases propensity. That's why I'm against it.
I don't know. I'm not sure if like.
Do I really
adult
need to pull it up?
sexual-
Do we gotta do this?
I mean.
You said you'd take my word for it. I now gotta pull it up.
Well, yeah, and your word was you weren't sure, and I was willing to.
No,
accept
I said I'm almost positive. That's what I said.
that. Almost is wishy-washy.
That's
and
correct.
needed-
I'm not 100%. I would
Right.
have to
great.
remember
I can
where I
accept-
read that.
I can
And you
accept
said that you
you're
were
not
willing to
100%,
grant it.
fine.
Come on now. Be charitable with me
I'm
here.
granting. I'm being charitable.
Okay.
I'm taking you at your word.
All right.
So okay. Anyway, we can move on. We can move on to a next one. So let's say what if what about like bestiality? Like how would you keep that from happening? Like what
Well,
would be
you're abusing an animal. It's you're causing harm.
what if it wasn't? What if my dog liked playing hide the peanut butter? What if that was fun for him?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that like an animal, unlike a human, can't really consent. It's kind of the
Wait,
same problem.
consent?
Like it can't consent.
Are you a vegetarian?
No, no, I'm not.
Oh, but did the animals you eat consent to being eaten?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. That's correct. They do not consent to being eaten.
Right.
But I don't put animals at the same level of morality as humans.
Right. So why would you bring consent into the mix?
Well, I'm saying that it's because I just believe that in order to have sexual intercourse with anything or anybody, you need consent if it's a conscious being.
Well, not for animals.
Well, I mean, I guess you can, and it's kind of ew. Like, I don't know.
Oh, so you just have it. Yeah, I get that you have an icky feeling, but do you have an argument?
I mean, I gave the argument. They can't
What's the
consent.
argument?
It's not a
But they don't-
reasoning individual.
yeah,
I don't
and I
believe
gave
that
you
you
the
can have sexual intercourse with.
Well,
What?
for one, they don't consent when you eat them, and two, animals forcibly copulate with each other all the time.
All right, great, but we're not that.
Okay, so how? But you're the one invoking consent,
Uh-huh.
right? So what? But consent doesn't apply to animals. So what's the argument?
Yeah, it does. They can't consent. They're not a reasoning individual. They cannot. It's like if I forced a
don't
dog or a
consent.
cat or a kid to say sign like a predatory loan. Like they can't consent. Like what are you doing?
Do you think if an animal was conscious enough to understand a binary choice, and you said, "Hey, you could either play hide the peanut butter with me, or you could let me kill you and eat you."
I just don't
Which one
think it
do you
has
think?
the. I just don't think it has the ability to understand the consequences
I'm
of those
giving you
actions.
I'm giving you a hypothetical. Let's say we put a neural link on their head or something.
And then
where
they become
like,
super
completely-
smart or whatever.
Yeah, they become
All right,
like the
if
lawnmower
it can
man,
legal,
right?
if it
Yeah.
can consent, then go power to it, weirdo. I mean, I don't know.
It's like the hat from Futurama when they put it on the monkey.
Yeah, I'd just be like, all right, more power to you, weirdo. It's kind of weird, but okay, whatever.
It's weird, but you let it happen.
I'm
because
leaving.
you have a more-
Yeah, but you have to get it down into like a hypothetical of just complete absurdity
No, well,
to make this
yes,
work.
Yes. No, it's not.
I mean, I'm
absurd.
willing to engage
Hypothetical-
in your hypothetical, but it's like I'm just sorry.
What-
I mean, that's kind of what I.
What's wrong with the hypothetical?
I just think it's not realistic at all.
Well, it's a hypothetical. It's a tool for testing logic.
It's a tool. Well, I mean, I feel like my logical faculties work. I think it's working.
Sure, yeah, and your logical faculties combined with your subjective sense of morality led you to, well, I think you're kind of a weirdo, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's provided under the understanding that they have the ability of full consent then
They don't consent
sure,
when
I
you
guess.
eat them, sir.
I agree. I mean, if the animal had like full consciousness of that of a human, and they're like just as conscious as a human, then I would say no, you're not allowed to eat them. Yeah.
Okay, but we do. So now what?
One, but this is the problem of your hypothetical, is that you take it into an absurdity. Obviously, it doesn't work.
It's not. Why is it absurd? It's
Well,
just
because none of the
bestiality.
animals possess that conscious consent. They don't have that.
But they don't consent to. Okay, this is not making any sense, right?
It to me it does.
Here, I'll break it down to you into premise mode, right? So premise 1, animals don't have any consent. They can't provide consent, right? Premise 2, animals get eaten without our consent. Conclusion, they can also be, used as sex toys or whatever without our consent.
Well, what's your argument?
Oh, I'm a Christian moral. Like I'm divine command theory.
I got news for you, man. It's not the atheists going around and having bestiality. It's actually a lot of religious people. Usually, people who are religious, who are sexually repressed, end up doing that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Islam.
Okay, well, I mean, I just want to point out, right? Like, there's we could do the religious worldview and consider, by having the sexual repression, you end up abusing a child or an animal. Now what?
It's a cool whataboutism, but it doesn't address my.
I mean, I've already addressed what would happen in reality in secular society. Like, bro, I got news for you, man. If you go to a secular society, like some of the most atheist countries of all time, right? You don't have this. We do. It would be Nordic countries.
Israel's a secular country.
No, Nordic countries.
Look at how
Nordic countries.
Huh?
Anyway, we don't have droves and droves of people having sex with animals. In fact, they just have legal brothels.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with.
Well, I'm just saying, like, what would you like? Do you really think someone's gonna pick a freaking animal over a human?
Okay, here I'll give you an even easier one.
Like what?
Let's say I'll give you an even easier one.
No, address that. Secular societies aren't going around sexually assaulting animals.
No, I'm not saying as a whole.
You made the argument that, like, well, in your in the subjective atheist world, it's just going to lead to all. You have no morality for dealing with this disgusting act. So, but then when we look at the secular society, we just have brothels where, like, people can legally have sex with people for money, and they can, and then the woman or the man who's doing that job actually has legal recourse. Yeah.
What I'm saying is
sick based. I like that. Go ahead, keep going.
There doesn't exist a country where the Humanist Manifesto is like the guiding, document of the country. That just doesn't exist.
It's the Nordic countries.
No, it's anyway. What I'm saying is in your society, what do you do even if there's just one person or two people?
Well, in your societies, you have child marriages. Now what?
They had it at one point.
No. They have it in the United States
parts, yeah.
now. And you know who argues it? Christian right-wingers. Every freaking time. Let me go ahead and I'm going to pull it up, right? No, because I want to, listen. I just want to understand the objective morality, right?
But I'm an Orthodox Christian, so you need to deal with my, my position. I'm not going to defend the position of Protestants. I'm not going to do it.
Let's take a look here. All right, hold on.
Did you hear anything I just said?
Yeah, I heard you. You're an Orthodox Christian. But here's the thing, right? But here's the thing. Isn't it fair to say that Christians have this objective
I don't care about all
morality? It's so objective, the morality.
Yeah.
And yet it is apparent that there are tons of Christian states that seem to argue child marriage up to 0 years old. 0.
This is your
Mississippi,
you're making
Oklahoma, New Mexico all argue no age floor. Kansas has specific 15. It's 16 for all sorts of different states, you know, and I just find it very odd. It's especially in the Midwest, where it's like you have Mennonite communities and Orthodox Christian communities that argue this, and it's specifically politicians that push this. And I just don't like it. I think it's but I mean, I just want to make sure that we're abiding by the objective morality, you know,
Yes.
the Christians
So
follow.
individuals can be subjective, but the morality of Christianity is objective.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Did you know that people's interpretation of Christianity differs very greatly? Did you know that?
I did. But,
So wait,
doesn't
how do
matter
I
because
know
it's
which
study church.
one is objective versus the ones that are subjective?
Study church history.
Really? You know, I actually did study a bit of the church. One thing that I find really interesting is probably for about 1,800 years of the existence of Christianity, they argued in favor of slavery and the slave trade, and they used the Bible to justify it.
Well,
I knew
then
that.
You would have to explain how there's no Christian majority country today that still has slavery.
Oh, because of pushback.
But Islam does.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, they have not had an
And
enlightenment
Africa-
period like
Africa
the
does.
United States did. Yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, weird. So it's weird that they would be open to that kind of thing, even though.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, right? The morality is just so objective that everybody got it wrong until, I don't know, the 1860s, and even then. There were still people that got it wrong, and it was only until the 1940s and the 1950s where we stopped hearing about that entirely. I just, you know, the objective morality, they just had it all wrong. They didn't understand their history until 1940, 1950. Hell, you know what? Did you know that the Southern Baptist Church acknowledged the slavery and condemning slavery in 1996. Good job. In 1996.
I feel like you're missing my point again because I said.
Well, I'm just saying it's super objective,
people
and
get it wrong.
it's not sounding.
People get Christianity wrong.
It's not really
Just
sounding
all the
really
time. I don't know what to
objective.
tell you.
Well, I'm just saying it
People
doesn't sound
people-
objective. Is my point? It's not.
Because
It's really not objective.
People teacher are not that way.
Yeah, like everybody got it wrong up until, I don't know, 1940. It's kind of weird.
Hold on. So
Why would that be the
God's
case?
morality is perfect, but humans aren't perfect, right?
I keep dying. I'm sorry, repeat that.
Is that immorality?
What?
Is it possible for an imperfect being to follow a perfect morality?
Yes.
It's possible for an imperfect being to follow perfect morality?
Well, okay. Let me rephrase, because I think the problem is that I don't believe that there's
this was the part you were missing.
I don't believe there
was
is
the
a
part of
perfect.
under-
I don't believe that there is a perfect morality. I don't think it exists.
So can you tell me out of
We can only get
the
closer to it.
Christian, so out of the Christian ethics, which one of the, like, give me a passage or something where it's like immoral, like wrong.
If you beat your male or female slave and they are to die after a day or two, it is wrong. But if they survive after a day or two, it's okay because they're your property. That's a weird one. If you rape if you rape a virgin, if you rape a the context is how to treat your slaves, and it's specifically where the Lord is God is talking to Moses. No, I mean I went over this. It's exactly that. There's also a part that says if you rape a virgin,
you're leaving out the historical context.
No, I mean it's Levitical laws. Also, the Ten Commandments, which somehow aren't Levitical laws. That's weird.
But no. You're missing the context even after.
No, I know the context. I could provide it to you. It's all there.
No, the historical context.
Yeah, the historical context is that there were a bunch of Israelites, and there was a guy that talked to a bush. And then that guy wrote down a bunch of the rules saying that he talked to his best friend, and his best friend told him that the slaves, you can, if you beat them and if they survive after a day or two, it's okay because they're your property. Yep, I do remember that.
Yeah, but
I remember that.
The historical context is that Christians were not in charge.
Oh, no, I agree. This would have been during Levitical times. But also the Ten Commandments, which every Christian abides by for some reason.
I'm talking about Christians under Roman occupation.
This would have been during Moses' time, right? So that would have been, what, 600 BC?
That was during Levitical law.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Christians.
You broke up. You said that was during Levitical law, and then I heard nothing. Yeah, you said that was during Levitical law, and then you just cut out.
Yeah. Okay. After Jesus came, Christians were still under Roman occupation, and slavery was the law of the land under Roman occupation.
Slavery was the law of the land in Roman occupation. Sure. If only that there was somebody that had objective morality to tell us not to do that.
Sure, but he also grants us free will in order to
not only does he grant you free will, he also tells you how to treat those slaves too.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't treat them. You like if you have a slave.
Why not own people as property?
So here's what I would do.
Because his morality is super objective, right? Where is this objective morality if it just changes arbitrarily?
I'll help you out.
Yeah, help me out. Yeah.
In let's say in a Christian in like a Christian dominant society, right? Like I would have there's no reason for me to own a slave. It would be immoral for me to own a slave, right? But in a different society where slavery is.
You're breaking up.
Is own as many slaves in that country as possible, because I would be saving owned by a pagan master who would treat them far more worse than a Christian one.
Or just live in a secular society that condemns slavery under the basis of secular humanist values.
There was no Christian.
But it's too subjective, right? It's too subjective. No. If only we had an objective way to condemn slavery.
Okay, I think you're arguing in bad faith because you're not hearing me.
I'm not arguing in bad faith.
You are, because you're not actually listening to the words that I'm saying.
All right.
Okay, try again. Okay, so look, very carefully. In a world, let's say I go to Africa, where slavery still exists, right? It would be probably if I'm in the minority, I'm Christian, and I'm in the minority. Oh, sorry. Testing. Hello?
You're breaking up. Yeah, still.
Hello? Oh, sorry. I'm driving, so I guess my...
Yeah. It's probably spotty.
Kind of spotty. Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
I think.
Okay. Sorry about that. I might be cutting in and out, but just let me know. But yeah, so like if I am in the minority as a Christian in a society where, most of the people treat their slaves objectively worse, then I think the most morally righteous thing for me to do is own as many slaves as possible, because they're destined to be slaves in that particular country. I'm not the ruler of it, but I can do something to help them, which is like I could be their owner, and I would basically be the best possible outcome you can hope for.
Why not just condemn slavery?
Now? We do. That's why
Let
when
me
we're
ask
in
you
the
this, man.
majority...
Just very... okay, I want to see... Because you were asking if I was in good faith. You were asking if I was saying that I wasn't in good faith. I just want to be clear. Does the Bible promote slavery, yes or no?
It doesn't promote slavery, no.
All right. Yep. I agree to disagree. There's so many verses. I don't know where to start. I think it's you who is in bad faith. I think that you have a belief system, and it challenges your worldview, and you cannot look at your own worldview critically. That's what I believe.
Christian morality does not promote slavery.
It does.
You would have to explain.
It did. In fact, the idea that it does not promote slavery is a relatively recent, in terms of like Christian history, is a relatively recent finding. It was only until roughly the 1750s that there were people arguing Christian doctrine against slavery, and then there were also slaves themselves that were capable of reading that saw that everybody is equal before the eyes of God. So it required a specific interpretation roughly around the 1750s and the Enlightenment, as well as deism. And then it was basically an uphill battle all the way up until the 1940s, arguing that the Bible promoted slavery. And the only reason why you don't hear about it now is because it had just been, it made the Bible look so bad that nobody mentioned it anymore. And so now to this day, people think, okay, the Christianity does not argue for slavery, and they say that the Bible does not promote slavery, even though the way that it was interpreted for over 1,700 years of its existence argued in favor of it. You realize that you can say, yes, in the Bible, historically, it promoted slavery and it was interpreted that way. However, Jesus's teachings taught people that everybody is equal before the eyes of God. I would be like, completely agree with you. I would completely agree with your argument. But the problem is that they can't even look at it in the eye and honestly and say that the Bible does not promote slavery. There are so many verses, both Old and New Testament. I've provided them and I've shown them.
I'm not arguing for the Bible. I'm arguing for Christian ethics.
Where the fuck do you think you get your Christian ethics?
It's in the Bible, but
the Bible, exactly. So here we go. We're going to go again.
If you understand it,
Leviticus 25. Well, because you answered my question.
It's bad faith. I haven't even finished my answer.
Go ahead, Mr. No Slavery.
Okay. So if
Mr. Objective Morality.
The Bible. If you understand the Bible as a Christian, you understand why you don't follow like Levitical law anymore, and you have.
Do you follow the Ten Commandments?
The New Covenant. Yeah.
Okay, why are you following that? That's Levitical law.
Because God, no, it's not.
Yes,
God
it is.
told us to keep the moral. Jesus said that's moral law. Sir.
Also, FYI, those first 10, it doesn't stop at 10. It keeps going. There's actually 613. Read your Bible. Leviticus 25:44 to 46. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you. You could bequeath them to your children as inherited property and make them slaves for life. Am I wrong?
Bad faith.
What is this? What is that? How do I interpret that? How is that not pro-slavery? How is that not pro-slavery?
I'm a Christian.
How is that not pro-slavery?
For the Jews, it
Answer the question.
It's not. But I'm a Christian. Christians are.
That's in the Bible. I can go to your fucking church, pick up the fucking Bible, go to Leviticus 25, 44 to 46, and what do you know? I see that verse.
Missing the point.
So, is that verse pro-slavery?
That verse might be pro-slavery.
Thank
sure.
you. Holy shit.
Okay.
All right.
What's your point?
If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6th year. But in the 7th year, he shall go free without paying anything. But if the servant declare, I love my master and my wife and children and do not want to go free, then his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he will be his servant for life.
I know
right.
of this. What is your point?
Is that pro-slavery?
Yeah.
Okay. Exodus 21, 20 to 21. Anyone who beats their male or female
you don't
slave
have to
with a
keep
rod
going.
must
Just
be
get to your
punished.
point. Just arrive at your point.
The Bible promotes slavery. There are so many verses, both Old and New Testament, that argue in favor of slavery. It is also vindicative that it had been defended, and slavery had been defended all the way until roughly 1850. And even then, you still had people argue in favor of slavery all the way up into 1940. It's only until after 1940 or so, it just completely dropped off the face of the earth. So what about that, Mr. Objective Morality?
You're ignoring my argument.
No, I'm saying that the idea that the atheist has subjective morality, therefore bad, and that the Christian has objective morality, therefore good, it's wrong.
Hold on, you just demonstrated here. I think this is what's happening. You're embarrassed by the outcomes of your society, so you're trying your hardest right now to get some kind of gotcha on Christian ethics, and you're not going to get it because I'm a Christian. No matter how much
proof I give you, yeah, exactly. You're never ever going to be convinced.
Why? This is not helping you. I don't know what point you think you're making. I keep on telling you, I go by Christian ethics, and you keep on reading the old Levitical law, and I'm just like, I don't know what point this is making for you. You keep on, like, I'm trying to help you make a better argument, you know?
Well, I mean, if you look at the countries that have the highest levels of atheism, they also happen to be some of the highest quality of living societies, save for, of course, North Korea and China, because they're almost entirely non-religious. But here, I'll go ahead and share it real quick.
Why would I care about either of those countries?
Well, no, because I figured that we would go and talk about these separate countries. And now, here, mind you, right? I'm not like, oh, you can't believe in a religion. I just think this idea that, like, oh, if everybody was an atheist, the world would be such a horrible place. Like, bro, like if I look at Sweden here, very high, Denmark, Iceland, Norway, Estonia, these are all extremely atheist countries, very, very high on the secular score. And it doesn't matter. I mean, the point is that in terms of their secularism, it's quite high. And what do you know? The quality of living is also quite high. Where are all these atheists just going around murdering babies and sexually assaulting the dogs and the cats and making dolls of kids so they could sexually assault them? Yeah, where is it? Where?
They won't even be a country much longer due to their secularism.
All right, bro.
Because they have,
you got anything else
have
for
no
me?
duty to. Are you gonna run away already?
Oh yeah. Yep, I'm running.
You ready to
running
run?
with my tail between my legs.
I know you are. I know. Every time I call you, you're ready to run.
No, because you're sitting there saying that
much for you.
hey man, as soon as these countries So you're just saying as soon as these countries, well, they're going to collapse at any moment. I'm like, I have no indication of that. None. Zero. You're just saying that. And it's like, yeah, maybe like 500 years from now, 1,000 years from now, 2,000 years from now, 500,000 years from now, maybe. Yeah, sure. Wow. Amazing. It's like, it's revelatory. I wonder if it was atheism that did it. It's stupid. It's just stupidity. No, it's just stupidity. You made zero good points. Not a single good point.
You could look it up yourself. I'll tell you exactly why they're not going to be a society much longer, and here's why.
Because the Muslims. No, go ahead.
Because if you to have a society, do you need people?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sure do, right? So if you have a below replacement birth rate, how are you going to continue society, sir?
I think that you can import immigrants and you can encourage birth.
Right, hello?
Yeah, you can encourage birth. Sure.
How do you encourage birth?
You make it easier to have babies.
In a secular society.
You make it easier to have babies. Improve quality of living standard.
How would that promote a duty to have children?
Well, if it's easier to have children, then you end up having children. It's not like people don't want to have children.
No,
it's mostly like a supply thing. Like it has everything to do with like a supply dynamic.
Hold on. Where in secular ethics is it a duty to have children? Where?
There is no duty to have children, but people like having children.
There is no duty. So
people naturally just like having children. You don't have to force people to have children like some weird fucking religious nut job.
No, they don't. People don't naturally just like having children.
Yeah, they do.
That's absurd. No.
What?
Then how do you explain a declining birth rate?
Because it's expensive to have kids. It's literally the number one reason. Yes, it is. That's literally the reason. Yeah, because they're often short-sighted. Yes, I agree with you. There's a lot of people who are short-sighted and don't wear condoms. Okay. I think we should improve sex education. I agree.
Stupid, right?
No.
First Amender, you heard it here, folks. First Amender says all
I think you're straw manning me, and you're just grasping at straws here.
I just told you that poor people, and it's a statistic.
I don't know what else to tell you, dude. Can we I don't know. I mean, are you done? I mean, this is kind of boring me at this point.
You're getting blown out. That's why you're not.
Oh, you're right. You blew me out, dude. You blew me out of the water. You won.
You can't answer these.
You can walk away. You can walk away proud and just say. You can tell people I won against First Amender. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I don't even know what to say with this bullshit. It's just nonsense. All right. Give me a quick second. I need to beat Bale. All right. So I'm just going to for a moment put myself on D&D, beat Bale, right? And then we'll turn it on, okay? That's what we're going to do, okay? We got to focus on Bale, all right? Because I've been kind of putzing around, and I just got my equipment back, so I should be able to. I'm gonna resurrect my boy. Let me see here. Where's Talash? All right, let's go. We got this. Talash, you me, Talash. All right, here we go. Oh shit! That guy hit hard. All right, let's see. Is Talash okay? I think he's okay. Don't die, Talash. Just stay alive. Stay alive for me, Talash. All right. All right, we did that. All right, we got. Hold on, just give me a sec. We'll turn it back on in just a moment. I just have to beat Bale because he's kind of hard, and I'm just gonna. Hold on, just give me. Do rich people pull out more? No, I just think that like rich people, they tend to be more educated because of the way that the socioeconomic outcomes work. And as a result, like because of like lack of funding in poor areas and more funding in better areas, that it just, it results in people just having more unsafe sex. Yeah. Practice safe sex, everybody. It's important. And I don't agree with the birth rate thing. I think it's stupid. I think that there's going to be like a stasis, and for the moment you could just have like, you could just import immigrants. Like, there you go. Done. Problem solved. Right now I'm taking on this Venom Lord because he is hitting me like a truck. How much do I like gain fast enough mana? It doesn't feel like it's very fast. Yeah, it's not fast. But I'm going to save. Nintendo Boss Cube says condoms are 99 cents. Yeah, just hormones are like really crazy. They're really, it's not really like the affordability of condoms. It's like people's like hormones just raging, and they just don't like, they think in the short term, and then they end up having kids. Oh my God, look at all those Venom Lords. Let's see. I should be able to kind of one at a time them, right? Hopefully. All right, next. These Venom Lords are wild. Oh my. Talash, you got this. Let's see. Yeah, Talash is doing great. Look at him. He just keeps him nice and frozen. That's exactly what I need from Talash. Any others? Any others? There's one. Couple. All right. I think we're about there, I think. Oh boy. He's summoning more. Is he? Are we done? Is there any more? Is he? Woo! Those are big boys. Those are tough. Those are tough. Shift right click. Oh, shift right click. No! No! Talash! I need him. We're running back. We need Talash. That dude just got hit super hard. Those guys will definitely kill me. Where's my portal? Where's my portal? Where did I put my portal? Also, like, that questioning regarding the freaking animals and stuff, that's so freaking weird. Ew. Why does it gotta go to like bestiality to prove like atheism is false? Like, what? Your subjective morality is not good enough. Obviously, you haven't thought this through. Why can't you have bestiality with an animal if you have no objective morality? Bro. Meanwhile, Islam. Meanwhile, Catholic priests. Okay, bro. Okay, let me see. Okay, let's get. This is we're getting what we came here for, which is we need Talash. All right, Talash. You and me, Talash. Maybe. Let's keep going. We got this. All right, Talash. You and me. You and me, Talash. Oh. Just do your thing, Talash. Just keep him at bay. Okay, so I think I just realized that Talash is he is capable of freezing them, number one, and as long as I don't get him surrounded, he should be okay. He will not die. That guy hits hard. Heal. Shoot. Can you move? All right. Okay. All right. We're gonna Talash. Are you all right?
Thanks.
There you go. All right. Let's keep going. We got this. All right. Let's go. Is he dead? Okay, we got him. Good job, Talash. Talash, you crushing it over there. You're crushing it. Just hang tight. Okay. All right. Talash, you crushing it. Okay. We're going to keep going. Talash, you and me. Is he? Oh, I think we killed all of them. I just realized I'm gonna put up my portal. All right. Are we? What's happening? Is he coming? Oh, he went into the Worldstone chamber. Yeah. Let's get some posh. Let's get some posh for this. Unless, wait, is there like a whole other like zone that I have to go to? I'm trying to remember. Is there like a whole zone? I don't remember. I really don't remember. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't remember. Let me get some full rejuve potions. That's why I got them. Why do I got them? So that way I can do that. Give me a moment. All right. All right, we got the posh. We're ready. Let's go. Let's go. He's Bale, you're done. You're done. You hear me? You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done, son. You got nothing. Shit.
The power of the worldstone washes over me.
Let me see. Oh, there he is. Oh God, Bale. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh shoot. I should Oh shoot. Oh my God. Stupid Bale. I need to get near him. Jesus. Come on. Alright, screw this. Oh my God. I can get his health down further, but I gotta get close to him. Oh my God. Dude! I can't get near him. Forget it. Just... Oh my God. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec. Alright, we gotta leave. I cannot believe I'm out of that many rejuve potions. Holy crap. That was terrible. Alright, just give me a sec. Give me a sec. We'll do this. We got this. Talash, are you okay? We're almost done. We're almost done. And then we're going to open up the calls. I'm so sorry. Where'd he go? 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 Hey! What is that? Wait, are there two of them? There's two of them now, guys. There's two of them. Ladies and gentlemen, there's two. Why are there two? Why are there two? Why are there two? Why are there two? I don't understand why there are two. We never had two before. Now we have two. Hiya. Oh my God, Talash is amazing. All right, Talash, you got this. You're the queen. You're the king. You're all the things that make you go spleen. Let's go. I'm sorry. Bruh. Oh my god. He's got so much health! Alright, we gotta teleport. We gotta teleport. We gotta teleport. We gotta teleport. I'm sorry. I didn't run from him. I got tired of talking to him. Like, I'm just like, bruh. Like, he's asking me like 1,000 questions. And he's like, gets to the point of like insane, ridiculous, absurd. And he's like, see? Your morality is terrible, unlike my objective morality, and then doesn't actually address the slavery stuff. Like, he's just like, that doesn't say anything regarding slavery. It's just so bad faith, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's bad faith. Anyway, sorry. Give me. I'll open the phones in just a second. Just give me a moment, okay? We're trying to kill Bale. Hey! Talash! Talash, don't die! Holy crap, that was a lot of damage. Please kill Bale! Oh my god, I'm just taking so much damage. We gotta leave, we gotta leave, we gotta leave. We gotta leave. Dude, I have to keep refilling these potions. This is insane. What the heck? What the heck? 4, 5, 6. 2, 3. Okay. Alright. Onward. He has so much health. What am I to do? Oh my god, that was this freaking illusion. Bale's kind of low on health, I guess. Sorta. Am I really out of potions already? Jesus. He just deals so much damage. I don't know what to... I'm trying. I'm almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're just doing the thing. Just let it. All right. Here we go. Back to it. Die, die, die. My brothers will not have died in vain. That's an illusion. Alright. Oh my god, I just need Posh. Come on. We're almost done. Come on. Is Bale gonna die? Like, bro, anytime soon? Anytime? I'm out of mana. We're almost done. We're almost done. Just a little more. Maybe 1 or 2 more trips back with needing mana. Right, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Is he dead? Is he gonna die? Heh. he dead? No, he's not dead. Oh my god! Die, bastard. Yeah, I did it, I did. Give me all this stuff. Give me the stuff. I want the stuff. Wait, I want that longbow. What the heck? I don't want speedums. Alright. Yeah, I did it. Okay, alright. Opening up the phones. Or should we do the cinematic? Should we do the cinematic? I feel like we should do the cinematic. It'd be kind of cool. Right? We can go back to Act 1. La, 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 la. Okay. Okay, and then I do I take the speedum? Hold on, let me see here. Military scythe, trash. What about the speedum? And trash. Okay, hold on. Let me sell all the stuff. All right, we'll turn on we'll turn off the D&D mode. Turn off D&D. Okay, phones are open. Call in. If you disagree with me, just give me a call. I got you covered. Hell yeah, we did it. We did it. Hooray, now we see we did it. You know, we fought Baal and we told him no, and then we did it. We did it. Hooray. All right. Cinematic. Gonna get some more water while I. Cinematic. Oh yeah. I apologize for not answering or having the phones on. They're on now. Anybody can call in. Call in. Okay. Joe Ball says that Christian guy should challenge him in a long form debate. Yeah, that'd be cool. Oh boy. Oh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line, First Amender. How you doing?
Yeah, hey, I was wondering if you could defend your moral system without running this time.
Again? You want to come at me again? No, man. I just think you're operating in bad faith.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you to defend your morality.
I already did.
That was not bad faith. You didn't. You didn't.
Okay.
I wasn't finished asking you.
I operate on secular humanism, and the basis of this is that I feel that I would not want to be harmed, and so things that I don't want to happen to me, I extend that to other people. Given that I am a social creature, and I think that we ought to get along as a social creature. And there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, great. So in your secular society, let's say you were like the king of it or the elected ruler or something.
Mm-hmm.
What would be your moral argument for like a 40-year-old uncle and his 18-year-old niece, and they're both sterile and they want to, have incest? What would be your argument against that?
I mean, gross, but yeah, I don't really have any laws against that. Consenting
so
adults, I don't really care. No, it's just consenting adults.
So you would allow incest to be legal in your society?
It doesn't mean I think it's right. Like, I don't think it's right. you know.
Give me an argument. Give me an argument for why.
No,
it should be
I just
outlawed.
think that like who am I to say what they can and cannot do? As long as it's consenting adults, I don't really care.
Well, it's your society in the hypothetical. So,
Yeah, I just
right.
that's
So you would.
my position is
Okay.
that I would have a hands-off approach in that scenario. Yeah.
Great. So incest would also be allowed in your secular society.
I
Got
mean,
it.
believe it or not, incest is much more common among religious communities than it is in secular ones. So.
Well, I'm not arguing for religious communities. So.
Well, I'm
this
just
is
pointing out the
more-
ones that believe in said quote unquote said religion. They are the ones that are actually the ones that are causing the problem that you're talking about, not secular societies.
Great. Well, I don't care about those people. They don't align with me.
Okay.
Anyway, so that would be allowed. Great. So, what else? What also? Let's say it was the reverse, right?
No,
You
I'm
got,
going to
like-
stop you right there. Did you? Did I defend my morality there? You said that I did not have
Nope.
an adequate. That I
you
did not
showed-
defend my morality, and then rather than acknowledging that I did defend the morality, you go right off into prodding questions
disgusting.
specifically designed to create rancor. Right. So
No, I
so
think it's-
did
I
I
think
give
it's
to you
disgusting. I
my
think your
justification of the
approval
moral? Nope. You're not running. Did I give you my
running.
justification of the moral system? Yes or no?
It's disgusting. I think it's immoral.
That is not the question. I didn't ask whether or not you agree with my moral system. I said, did I give you a justification for the moral system? Yes or no?
If you think you did, sure.
I'm
but I don't
asking
agree with
you. I'm asking you. Did I give you
subjective.
a
It's up to
justification for the moral system?
It's your own.
I'm
subjective
just
justification.
gauging if you're good faith, right? Because you said that
Yeah,
I did
I
not
yeah.
back up my moral system, but I did in fact back up the moral system.
I agree that you think
Thank you.
backed up
Thank
your
you. I
moral-
backed up the moral system. And
defended,
I mean, I just think
incest.
you're being
Yes.
super bad faith when you're sitting there saying like, well, I think you agree that you backed up your moral system, but I don't think you
Hold
backed
on.
up your moral system. Like, obviously, like you're
you
being deliberately weaselly, right? Be honest with me, and I'll be honest with you, right? And I won't,
Okay,
won't
fine.
get you on gotchas. Let's have an actual conversation. Obviously, as a secular person, I don't agree with bestiality, and then also as a secular person, I don't agree with pedophilia or arguments of pedophilia, right? And by the way, just FYI, right? That's actually kind of sad to know that the only thing that is stopping religious people from committing these atrocious acts is whether or not that there is a God. That to me is super concerning. Like the only thing stopping you from killing people, murdering, raping, that all of that is it is completely somehow would be justified provided there's no God. That's insane, right? You would agree with that, right?
You could choose not to believe in God. You have that free choice.
You're not getting it. You're not engaging.
You.
This is why I hung up on you.
I'm engaging. No. Hold on. You got to understand what a Christian is before you can.
I know
Do you
what a
understand
Christian
what a
is.
Christian is?
Yes, I used to
What
be a
is a Christian?
Christian. It means that you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God and or God himself as the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And you believe that he died for your sins.
Great. Okay. So, can you choose not to be a Christian? I mean, you did, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when you choose not to be a Christian, you don't have to follow any of the rules. But if you're trying to be a Christian, it's important to do your best
I mean,
to
the
try
rules-
to follow the rules.
The rules that I would follow in Christianity would be the ones that align with secular humanism because I think it leads to better outcomes.
There's nothing in
I don't
secular
believe
humanism
Christianity
that-
in and of itself leads to better outcome. In fact, it's quite often that it actually leads to worse outcomes. Like a good example of this, like a good example of this is, like the COVID scare, where there's a lot of religious people that believe and so doubt into, say, the MMR vaccine because they believe that that their immune system is designed by them for God, and God will heal their children as necessary. It's completely idiotic.
I don't want to have a COVID debate. We're just going to.
I don't either. I don't either.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out that that there's instances where Christianity leads to worse outcomes. I've heard politicians in the United States wanting to argue for battles over Megiddo so that way that they can incur the end of times. I'm not even kidding. Like, these are unironic. Huh? That's in Revelation.
I don't agree.
That's New Testament.
I don't agree with Zionists.
Okay, but
Zionist.
No, that's part of the New Testament. Revelation is a part of that's the last book in the New Testament.
No, yeah. I get it, but what you're talking about is evangelical Christians. They believe in pushing for, the end times or whatever.
All right, well, that's fabulous, but I mean, this is my problem: is that there are religious people that come to these conclusions, and then I go, "That's awful. We shouldn't have this." And then I have you acknowledging, like, saying that, like, well, it's, those aren't real. Like, you're basically just giving me a no true Scotsman fallacy, because every single example of every single example of a religious person that I've provided, you have said, well, those aren't real Christians. I'm an Orthodox Christian, and Orthodox Christians believe in the right things. It's ridiculous. It's just a no true Scotsman. I'm pointing out the reality of many, many different religious people and the negative outcomes that occur as a result of being religious. And I think that secular humanism answers it much better. It is capable of understanding the suffering of humanity and how to reduce the suffering of humanity drastically, much better than Christianity, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's much more nuanced than the picture you're painting. I have all the same problems you do with those other, Christians.
Okay.
So we're not going to we're not going to disagree on that. Like I said, I'm not going to defend Protestants. I'm not going to defend Catholics. I could tell you exactly why they are less true than the Orthodox Church. But you would have to just know church history in order to know that, and then you would say, oh yeah, according to the church history, one has the rules like static, they're unchanging since the time of the apostles. So that's why
you're referring to like the Great Schism and the Eastern Orthodox Church.
I used to be a Protestant until I learned church history.
Well, with like theology, like the Great Schism, like one thing that I get very upset about, and this is specifically regarding the Eastern Orthodox Church, is their staunch anti-LGBT rhetoric. And it's like the Jesus Christ would not be an anti-LGBT person. In fact, he would seek mercy upon them. Right, that would be what Jesus would likely have said based on what we can read in the Bible, and this idea that we should subjugate them or treat them as other or worse, or that they don't deserve rights. I think the church has got it wrong there. I think they make society a worse place by arguing anti-LGBTQ positions. Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think my position is?
I mean, if you're an Eastern Orthodox, you probably condemn, say, gay marriage.
Why would gay people need to get married?
So because they love each other and they want to be together.
Sure, but why would they need to be married to do that?
Well, because they just want to. It's like a ceremonial thing.
Well, why couldn't? So they just want to perform a ceremony to be married?
I mean, there's also like tax benefits, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, but you could just enter a civil union.
But then it just kind of like others them, and it like provides like a legal basis for othering. This is my problem. Like, yeah, it basically
they're-
says
they're not-
you're not as equal as straight couples. That's what that's doing by saying, oh, they could
Well,
just do
it's
civil
not a-
union and not a marriage, and it's like, okay, well, see, this is my problem.
Well, if marriage is why would a gay couple need to be married in a Christian church?
I think you can have, for example, a Christian church that's more progressive.
Yeah, but that's not why. That's the reason I chose Eastern Orthodox is because they're
Yeah, you're anti-LGBTQ when it comes to marriage, and I think it's wrong.
no,
I think it is othering them
It's
and
just
making life worse for people, and it's based in bigotry.
No,
I think
I'm
it's
not,
wrong.
I'm not anti. No, I'm just anti-sodomy.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Like I'm just anti-sodomy. Sodomy is just an act. It's not an identity.
Okay. I mean, but what does marriage have to do with sodomy?
Well, can you love somebody without like
Having sex with them? Yes.
having? Yeah. Okay. So why would you need to perform sodomy?
Again, like getting married has nothing to do with sodomy. Also, I do find it very uncomfortable that it's like, hey, sodomy is illegal, like in most states. And the reason
Not
wise,
illegal.
it
What?
is. Believe it or not, it is. Most states. And it's
well.
actually wild that that's even a thing. It's mostly like this is more anti LGBTQ rhetoric. It's othering. It's removing the autonomy of these people. It's saying that like it basically flies in the face of just basic human decency. Like I would not want there to be laws preventing me from getting married. So why are we doing that to the Christians, I guess?
Well, they
I'm
were
sorry,
never
to
able
the
get
to the
married
LGBTQ.
Yeah. Well, they were never able to get married in the past.
I don't
So
care.
why?
I don't care. We've had slavery in the
Yeah,
past. The
so
past
what?
is this is a you're just providing me a naturalistic fallacy. You're saying, well, we've done it in the past,
I'm just
therefore we ought to
saying-
do it in the future, but it doesn't really explain
no, that's-
why it ought be done.
It's not a Christian virtue that two men get married. So why would they?
Yeah. Just like I
Like,
wish
why would
that
it
it wasn't
be-
a Christian virtue to be hateful to LGBTQ people.
I don't hate LGBTQ people.
Except you want to remove rights from them because, I don't know, butt sex
what
or whatever.
rights? No, I don't care about marriage. Like
You literally
marriage, I
said they
don't
can't
even
get
think-
you don't believe they should get married. You literally argued that.
No,
you
no,
just
I don't
argued
think.
that.
I don't think. No, they can't get married. They can't have.
Yeah,
They can't
yeah,
get
that's
married
wrong.
in the
That's
Christian sense of getting married.
no, they can.
Even-
I'm saying, dude, this is what I mean, man. You're
Yeah.
being really disingenuous. Obviously, we know there's
I'm not. I'm
challenges
trying to
regarding
tell you-
being able to get married, and we're strictly just talking about the act of being married, which, yes, by its very definition, is legal. But yes, there's also Christians that refer to the marriage thing. I mean, to be fair, like a majority of marriage and the majority of the history of marriage comes from it's literally just like fights over private property rights. That's between nobles, specifically between nobles. It wasn't even something peasants did, and it's like it is so far divorced from what the concept that Christians come up with. It's just divorced from history. So like even the naturalistic fallacy, not only is it false, it's also like it's also just it's just a fallacy at the end of the day. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I think you're missing the point that I'm trying to make. I'm saying that to a Christian, no matter if right now, like let's say whatever state they can get married in, like California, right? But just because they quote unquote got married, doesn't
Gay
mean
marriage is
that
legal
the
in all
Christian-
states.
No.
Gay marriage is legal in all states.
Right. Okay. So whatever. Like, even though it's legal, it doesn't mean that us Christians recognize it as a marriage. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's a lot of Christians that
Right.
are really hateful. Like, here's the thing, man. Like, if I believe
Why do
that
you
you say, for example, had a marriage with somebody, and I said, well, that's not a real marriage, it would be incredibly disrespectful. It would be really, really upsetting, right, for you
not a-
and your wife.
What if I just said?
And so, like, I wouldn't want to treat another person that way. Like, do you understand that? Like,
if I just said
you
it's
should
not a
apply
Christian
you should apply empathy and human decency towards these people.
Well, I'm not being hateful towards them. I'm just.
You're just
recognize
othering
their
them
marriage.
and not recognizing them as
I don't
legitimate
cut-
people. I get it. I understand.
Look,
This is my problem with
I'll try
religion.
not to cut you off.
This is why I don't like religion
can
in
we-
general. I think it's wrong.
Can we try not to cut each other off? I'll do my best if you do your best.
Sure.
Okay, so look, all I'm saying is that I can just recognize it as not being a Christian marriage, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
But there are Christian
You?
marriages.
Like, is there something wrong with that? Yeah.
Yeah, there
If
is.
I just say, yeah, I see that you guys are married by the state, but I don't recognize your union as a Christian
All right.
marriage.
I mean,
Is that
you
fair?
have a legal right to be an asshole, but I think you're being an asshole.
Why is that being an asshole?
Well, because you're denying people's like existence.
No, I'm not denying their existence.
You are.
Just by Christian ethics, Jesus himself.
How important
even
is
said
marriage
that
to you?
It's pretty important.
Okay. So do you think it would be pretty important to say gay people?
No, because they don't get married for the same reason.
Yeah, you're not applying any level of empathy nor critical thinking. I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Well,
We just
why-
have to agree to disagree.
No, but I'm
Like,
telling you,
I think that
there's a
your moral
difference.
system is flawed, and this is a this is a really good example of the flaws in your moral system. Yeah.
Do you honestly think that a straight marriage and a gay marriage are the same?
Yes.
You think they're the same?
Yep.
Okay, which one produces more kids?
The straight marriage.
Okay, so
Typically.
why would you say they're the same?
Because you can adopt children. In fact, there's actually an evolutionary
but
reason
that's-
why there's like gay. Like we noticed that there were like lots and lots of like gay, specifically mammals, and they found out that there was actually an evolutionary advantage to gay mammals, and it was because they would actually adopt abandoned creatures, which that's really interesting because that actually was an evolutionary advantage. The fact that there were gay people that were willing to take in, babies that were not theirs.
You know what was a real evolutionary advantage for humans? Straight union.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think that we should force all gay
I'll give you a
people to
real-
have to have straight sex?
No, I'm not saying I haven't invoked force anywhere.
No, I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I'm like, do you
No, you don't
believe,
force-
like, because
no,
you're
no.
like, you know what was really good for evolution? Straight unions.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, those
Right.
gay people didn't really choose to be gay. They're just gay. And so, like, okay, what do you do with them? Like, well, you're not as legitimate. I mean,
I
bro,
disagree.
do you understand that you're talking to a bisexual person?
We
Like,
just-
you believe that I just
Yeah.
deserve less rights than you because I don't know, I'm like less legitimate than you. I don't know. You're an asshole. I don't know what to tell you.
I had no.
You lack
illusions at all
empathy
that
of
you were a
individuals
straight person.
because of your indoctrination. That's what I believe.
No.
Yes.
No, Christians
yeah.
have all the
yeah. No, you have
I
no.
have
You have
plenty of
little empathy.
You're straw manning me.
No, I
you're
think
strawmanning me
you're
and
applying
you're-
a very much a lack of empathy, and you are not able to like reflect on that.
That's
100%.
only because you're not understanding. And
No,
you're
I
creating
understand
a
it
straw man
perfectly.
of
I'm
position.
pointing out the reality of the situation.
No, okay? Do you think people are born gay?
Yes.
You think they're? Do you have any scientific evidence to
Yeah.
prove that?
Yes.
There's no, you don't. There's
Yes,
not.
there is.
There's no such thing as a gay gene.
There's no singular gay gene. There are multiple genes that result in someone's propensity of being gay. The problem is that a person's sexual orientation is very, very complex. And it's not as simple as, oh, look at this particular allele frequency. However, when grouped together with multiple allele frequencies, there do exist propensities of being gay. Yes.
No, there is no evidence to say that it's not a social, like a social, you're contracted from social norms. It's definitely, there's plenty of evidence to say that it's environment based.
So it turns out that we looked at, for example, twin studies where we had identical twins more likely to be both gay compared to fraternal twins or non-twin siblings, suggesting that genetic component. It's not 100% concordant, but there are additional environmental factors involved. Additionally, there are genome-wide association studies. There's a major 2019 study that it published in Science that involved 470,000 people, finding 5 genetic variants that were statistically associated with same-sex behavior. Each of those variants have a very small effect on their own. However, together they counted for less than 1% of the variation of sexual behavior. The researchers concluded that there is no single gay gene, but that sexual orientation is influenced by many genes, each contributing a little, along with non-genetic factors like hormones and environment.
Anything that's not straight is technically a deformity.
If you can acknowledge that it is a deformity, that means that there's a genetic component to it. There, I proved you wrong.
Right.
Also, I'm not a deformity. How about go fuck yourself?
Well,
how about not be derogatory to me? How about you're a deformity? You're a fucking freak. You're a fucking disgusting, self-indulgent freak. Like, go fuck yourself. Calling me fucking deformity. Go eat shit, dude. How about you go, like, I don't know, marry a fucking child because your fucking religion tells you to. No, I'm serious. Like, dude, take that back. Seriously, take that back. Come on. Seriously, take that back.
Okay, I didn't call you a deformity.
You literally just said being gay is a deformity. I'm bi. That would make me gay. Now what? Am I a deformity?
What would you like me to call it?
Am I a deformity?
What would you like me to call it?
Am I a deformity?
Irregularity? What would you like me to call it?
I mean, it's different. I'll grant you that, but that, like, maybe not have the really divisive negative connotation to it, and actually be an awesome, like a regular person, and have some level of empathy. How about that?
Am I not trying my best by asking you what
calling
you would
it
like
a deformity
it?
is, if that is trying your best, I don't know what you're like at your worst.
Listen.
Like, I'll be honest with you, like, after a comment like that, like, if I heard you say that to me in person,
I'm trying to apologize.
that would be, all right, go ahead.
I didn't mean to call you a deformity. It was not meant for to be taken that way. I was just saying in the science world, they would recognize it as, I don't know what you would like to call it.
You can call it an anomaly. There's nothing. No, like, remove the negative remove the negative connotation.
I have no problem.
It's not necessarily
I have no
negative.
problem. Look, you don't need to. You don't need to overbear on it. I have no problem changing the language if you would like me to, sir. Now, I apologize to you, and I'm sorry you took it personally. That wasn't my intention. I'm just trying to nail down what the scientific community calls something when it's not, the typical outcome that is expected from
an anomaly. It's not typical. Or atypical is another one. So you can say atypical.
It's an atypical anomaly, whatever, right? So
since it's not typical, I mean, it is what it is. We have to say that, well, there's something off. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, this is just the language they use. I don't know how to use the language of the scientific community without offending you.
What, dude, it's they're not saying, FYI,
Like,
the scientific community
How do I
isn't saying abnormal regarding gay people. I'm sorry. It's just that's not a term that they,
Really?
yeah, because it's super insensitive. Yeah. They would not say that.
No, I know you think it's insensitive, but
Yeah, it is.
Like,
Well, and in the scientific
like,
community,
it's
they're not
like
going to,
it's still-
anomaly would be one. There, I've heard aberration, but this is usually regarding like deformities. I've heard,
what's an abnormality? What would fall into the category of an abnormality?
I don't know. I don't like, these
You
are all
don't
like,
know?
some of these words are used colloquially. Sometimes they're used,
So you never
interchangeably.
used the word abnormal.
Sure. I've used it before.
You've never used the word abnormal?
Yeah, like if I don't know, if I saw like a black speck in my drink, I would say, "Huh, that's abnormal."
I don't think that would apply. Like I would think that abnormal just means the opposite of normal.
Okay. Yeah.
So why is it abnormal to just say that being gay is abnormal?
Well, you were a lot more derogatory than that earlier, but I mean, being gay is abnormal. I mean, it's not typical.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say if I replace.
You could say it, but maybe
replace
atypical is probably better. It sounds nicer.
What if I think I like abnormal though?
All right, whatever.
What would be wrong with that?
I don't know. It's just
It's
a little
accurate.
weird. It's a little weird.
It's scientifically
Because
accurate.
it's like you're talking about like 10% of the population. It's like how abnormal. Like, is it
Right,
like what? Okay, let me ask you this: would you call, say, somebody with blue eyes abnormal?
A lot of more than 2% of the population has blue eyes.
Yeah, that's a really tiny percentage. Is it abnormal?
No, I said more than 2%.
Okay, so is it abnormal?
Not for certain demographics, no.
But it's abnormal
Why would it be abnormal?
because it's a low percentage of people that have it.
No. Well, that's just,
Wait, why do
that's
you have a
just-
problem
is
calling it abnormal? It's not typical, so I don't understand. Why are you having an issue calling it abnormal?
I don't know that it's abnormal.
All right.
Yeah, I
all
think
right.
we have
Well,
different
I
races.
think.
We
All right.
accept that
All right. I'm
different-
just going to tell you right now, right? What I think you're doing. You're doing that weird dodging thing again. And the
What
problem
am
that
I
I'm.
dodging?
Well, because I think you realize that it has a negative connotation, and you like blue eyes.
But what? No, I don't care about.
I'm
blue
saying
eyes.
that
I don't
you
have
think blue eyes look good, so you don't consider it's a positive trait, so you wouldn't consider it abnormal. That means
Why is
you
it a
yourself
positive trait?
means you yourself know for a fact that saying the word abnormal is derogatory. I got
Why
you.
are you ascribing to me? Why are you ascribing to me that I think
Based
blue
on
eyes
your
are-
based on the way that you reacted to it. That's how I determined that.
But I
That's
just
exactly
think
how I
it's
determined
neutral.
it.
I don't have an opinion. I
Okay,
don't
then
have a
why is blue eyes
favorability
blue
towards
eyes abnormal?
Maybe, I don't know. It
I'm
could be.
saying, let's say it's 10%. Is blue eyes abnormal? See, you're doing
I
it.
don't know.
Look at
10%?
that. Yeah, you don't
10%?
like even
Sure.
if I
Let's
have
say
the
if
same
it's-
percentage, you don't like calling it abnormal. You know it's a negative connotation. Look at you. You know it. You like the
ahead.
idea
I'm-
of being derogatory
I'm just
towards
saying,
gay
can you
people.
Be more specific. If it's 10% of the entire world
Yeah.
population, I would say it's very niche. It's very, it's
Abnormal. Say it.
genetically
Just say it.
abnormal.
Thank you.
Genetically,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
It would be genetically
All right.
abnormal.
What
Very
about
happy.
being white? Is that abnormal? Is being white abnormal?
being white abnormal? That's
Yeah.
a weird question.
Yeah, I mean, well, most people aren't white. Isn't fair to say, right? Most people didn't grow up in temperate regions in their ancestry, so it's fair to say that. Well, I agree, but you know what I'm doing is that I don't apply like a negative connotation towards things that people cannot control, such as being gay. You know, I say, okay, well, I use more neutral terms like, okay, this is atypical, for example. I don't need to use derogatory language to get my point across. I can just make my point, and it's logical.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, so what? I'm just saying, when you're talking
all I
about
got for you.
1%, if you got like 1% or 2% of an entire, entire globe of people, that fits the description of abnormal better than anything else.
I mean, like, I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know, would I call somebody who has an extra chromosome, they have Down syndrome, would I call them abnormal? I mean, it just sounds derogatory, and I would just say, you know, I could say, if I wanted to talk about how typical it was, I would just say atypical. Like, I wouldn't say the word abnormal. It's derogatory. I don't like it.
Okay. Is it abnormal to be a pedophile?
Yes.
But it's not abnormal to do sodomy.
I mean, it's atypical. Actually, you know what? I don't even think it's atypical, actually, because there's tons of straight couples that have that commit sodomy. So yeah, I don't have an issue with it. Up to you, man. All you. If you want to do that, and you know, no one is forcing you to do it, right?
So would that mean would you equally be okay with like necrophilia then?
No.
Why not?
Just think I think like just because they're dead doesn't mean that they don't possess some level of bodily autonomy, but I think it's like less level. I mean, it ultimately comes down to like how the family feels about it. And I would imagine most family members to use the body for necrophilia. I mean,
what if they?
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I'd probably have laws saying, "Hey, no necrophilia." Okay, there you go, done.
Why?
I don't need a justification. It's just kind of gross.
Oh, you don't need it. Yeah. Well, okay, so I could make the same law against sodomy for that same reason, right?
Okay, so you're saying that
it's just kind of gross.
Okay, but like
Right?
gay people, they're not forcing you to do that, though.
Oh, but I don't care. They're not forcing you to do necrophilia either.
But it's like a decency thing. Like it's you know.
But so is sodomy.
I don't think so.
And
I don't
sodomy
disagree.
is a lot more detrimental for the living.
I don't know. I disagree with that.
Yeah. Do you know like how much you know?
But I'll grant you, and that's a pretty good gotcha. I'll at least grant that was a very good gotcha. You got me there. I suppose I got to come up with a reason as to why necrophilia. I mean, like, does it cause negative health implications? Like, is it significant negative health implications?
You could fix it in ways. I'm sure you could. You know, use protection and do things.
No,
to prevent,
actually, So I think it's probably going to be like it's good. The consent ultimately comes down to the family. All right, necrophilia not illegal, but also it's most people can't do it because the family doesn't consent.
All right. I mean,
Solved.
just to expose you to these arguments because. Now that you're,
you're there to just try to make a fool of me, but you're the one coming in here with like, I don't think gay people should get married and sodomy bad.
No, well, if you think about it, I'm actually helping you by exposing you to these arguments. Because if it
how many of these arguments do you think that I've been through? Like, you think I haven't?
Not many. I've seen your argument with Andrew Wilson and Jake Rattlesnake. And they didn't bring any of these arguments up against.
No, but I just so you're aware, right? Like I debate I've debated thousands of people, at this point. Thousands. It's I've been debating
and I'm the first
probably
one.
since I was like 20 years old, and I am now 35, and I've been just doing nothing but debates, pretty much nonstop, specifically on like Discords and stuff. In terms of the, I have heard the necrophilia argument, like the ethics of it, presented to me, but not in the interesting pairing that you provided there regarding like, yeah.
Well, I want to commend you for being good faith and just admitting that you didn't have a counter argument.
Sure.
That's something I don't run into much.
I will go out of my way to let you know, hey, I got that wrong. Like, I'll go out of my.
I
I'll
commend
let
you
you
on
know.
your honesty.
You know. Believe it or not, I have a
can't-
weird, and other people have told me that they say you have an odd, and I'm sorry, I don't want to say it like an odd sense of honor, but what I mean by odd, as in like they don't expect any honor, but that they find that there's a great deal of honor there, and they're like, so they consider it odd in the sense that it's like, oh, that's not really characteristic.
Yeah. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like, why aren't you throwing your honor out for the cause? That's what that criticism sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, one thing I pride myself on is trying to be very honest. Another thing is that
Right.
even if I really dislike somebody, like, let's say I really, really hate somebody, if I hate them, let's say, for example, that I managed to get their address, right? Or let's say if I found somebody that was like, that did get, oh, thank you. Looks like I received a $5 from a super chat. Thank you very much. But so let's say, for example, I really thank you for that. Hold on. Let me read it for a second. It says, hey, Amender, I hope you have a good stream. Even though our worldviews are different, I enjoy your arguments and content. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Shit, where was I? What was I saying? What was I saying? I was going to say something.
You were talking about someone, even if you hate somebody, even if you really hate somebody.
Yes. So let's say, for example, that I find that a user is like doxing a user that I hate, for example. Like they're going around sharing information or false information or something like that. Mm-hmm. Something like that would really bother me. I would go out of my way to like tell even the person that I'm an enemy with, like, look what this person is doing to you. Like, I don't like you. Don't worry. Trust me. I don't like you. I just want to make it clear. I don't like you, but also I don't like this. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I do have a weird sense of honor in that way.
No, I don't think it's weird at all. I think, whatever whether it was your upbringing or whatever morality you were exposed to just kind of shaped your internal, sense of morality, and that's fine. That's where you are. So I commend you on that. Even though we disagree, I respect your willingness to have these conversations. People like you are in the minority, and I think, if I may be so bold to make a prediction, I think if you keep letting intellectual honesty and curiosity guide you, you might become a conservative someday.
You think? Because
There's my wild
I got,
hot take.
I mean, believe it or not, did you know I started off as a Republican?
A Republican or I thought I heard you say you're a libertarian.
I was a Republican, and then I realized that, and this was during like the Bush administration, that I was a Republican. Geez. And, well, the part that really bothered me about the Republican Party is that how warmongering they were. It really upset me. And, I was like, I don't like this whole war thing. I think we just need to not have it. It's like bad. And, I know, right? Hot take. And then like when I realized that was the problem that I had, I was like, I honestly, I just don't like government. Like government just sucks. Like they just go to other countries and just screw everything over, and then they waste our tax money. And it's like government just sucks. So that's when I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, libertarianism. And I was like a right-wing libertarian for like a really long time. And there I was reading Mises and Rothbard and Ayn Rand and there was a Milton Friedman. I mean, I was in the sauce. I was so far in the sauce that I was reading, I was actually joining my local county libertarian party and volunteering. Like I literally met actual like full on libertarian candidates and tried to like get them platformed, and just pushed libertarian causes. Well, here's basically what happened. And the way that I can describe it is I call it the ideology statue. I believe that everybody has like an ideology statue. Most people have an ideology statue. And what I mean by this is like, it is an ideology that it is a representation of your identity and you love it. You will protect it. You will put fencing around it so that way nobody can touch it. You will polish it. You're constantly just enjoying this statue, the statue of ideology.
Yeah.
And
it gives you pride in your identity.
Yes, exactly. And my statue was libertarianism, and I loved it. I mean, I really I'm telling you, I read so many books. I read Thomas Sowell. I didn't mention Thomas Sowell. I all sorts. And then, but like there were tiny little pieces that would just kind of, I was like, I don't like this portion of the statue. And so, like, just as an analogy, imagine I have to, Tech VR just tipped $20 super chat. Holy crap, Tech. Thank you so much. Trans rights are rights. I appreciate everything you do. I really appreciate that. Holy crap, Tech. You do not have to do that. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Sorry. Anyway. So there was,
because they heard how honest you were.
Yeah. So like, I was like, listen, I don't like government, but also I need to have, there needs to be police. There needs to be like, judges for like contract law. And there needs to be like a set standard of like basic inalienable rights. So this included like the Civil Rights Act, for example. And I'm like, these things need to be upheld so that way the market can be free and make like the best possible, the best possible returns. And so like, this is like a moment of like, okay, you're not an anarchist. You are, a minarchist. There it is. I'm chipping away at that statue.
Sounds like? This sounds like that old, one of the original episodes of Family Guy where like the world gets blown up and then Peter's like, yeah, now we don't have any more of the stupid government to push us around. Now let's rebuild society.
Yeah.
And then he's like, okay, I think we need roads. So we're going to have some guy. And then basically he just starts like
building government.
All the things that they,
exactly. No. So, so then like, I mean, I argued for that. And then like, but as time went on, I was like, okay, well, we need, roads and traffic laws, and we need to like ensure that people who are driving, that they're not, that they're not blind, for example, like we should have like eye exams, like it just ensuring that, hey, these people, and it's like, I've heard like the arguments like, oh, insurance companies should be doing that, because the insurance companies are the one that pay for it. But then it's like, what if I don't want the insurance company? And then what? Like, what do you have then? Yeah. Okay, well, eventually a regulation saying you need to have insurance, which ends up being the government anyway. So like I was and then like that with, what was it? Building codes and building violations. Yeah. I really feel like stairwells should have just guardrails, like, and then.
What's funny? When I'm hearing your story, it sounds like we both had the same path, but coming from the opposite side. It's like I was always a liberal, like leftist, up until about after 2016
2018, something like
And you're,
that.
just to be clear, you're
But
not
it
ashamed
was-
of Donald Trump right now? Like, are you proud of him right now?
Oh, you know I am.
God, I don't know how you
I
pull that
voted
off.
on no. I voted on no new wars, and I see this as a betrayal.
No-
So,
yeah. Okay,
yeah,
so
I'm obviously not.
you're not happy with
But
Trump.
yeah, I came from
Okay.
no.
Oh, Jesus.
I came from the left into libertarianism, and then now I'm more in favor of like
The right.
paleo-conservatism.
That's wild.
Yeah, so it's like
No.
it's funny.
Well-
Like we both had the opposite path, like through libertarianism,
Yeah.
and then out the other end of libertarianism.
Well, so
you
there's
know?
a final chip that happened. There's a
Okay.
few like big chips that happened. So one of them
How long
was
ago?
I read, this is years ago. I read the Bob Woodward book called Fear, and I highly recommend Bob Woodward
Yeah.
books. They're amazing.
Oh yeah, Bob Woodward. Okay.
There was basically an argument that was being presented, and there was basically what Bob Woodward does is he follows around the presidents, in the White House. He literally has
Yeah.
direct access to the White House, and he could just write down
familiar.
what they're saying, or I think he usually just walks around with a tape recorder and just records people and then puts that in interesting stuff in his book. That's literally it. So like whatever is happening, in the moment, that's what he's like basically writing down. And one thing that ends up happening when you read a Bob Woodward book is that you hear like leaders talking about foreign policy and what they plan on doing and what is going on and why they're doing it. And when you see it at that level, it starts to become a lot more grounded, a lot more logical. And I had more and more difficulty saying like, hey, no wars, let's live and let live. Let let people decide for themselves as how do they want to govern. And the problem that I found is that is assuming that all of the other actors are in good faith, like that they're not going to actively go out of their way for, say, a power struggle. And that's the problem. They don't do that. They don't like there are instances where absolutely the aggressor is like another country. And sometimes you have to step in because you have like trade deals and you have boundaries that are well set, and there are like security interests, and there's resource interests that are really important for like the existence of the United States. And it's stuff like that where I was just like, shit, man, there's actually like a necessity for the military industrial complex. I was like, fuck. And I'm like, that's a big fucking chip on the libertarians.
Yeah.
And mind you, right, I came from, not liking the military industrial complex. So that took a big, and then, but I was still like really, really in favor of like kind of austerity, economics, as in like market, let the market do its thing. Government get out of the way. Government is the problem. That Reaganite, Margaret Thatcher, Milton Friedman-esque ideas.
Yeah.
And then I read a book called Austerity by Mark Blith. I had to have read probably about, 15 different books on economics in favor of like Austrian theory or Chicago school. And it took one book to just destroy all of that. I heard every single argument just so thoroughly annihilated in the Austerity by Mark Blith book that I just I could not reconcile it any longer. And when I sat there and I had taken off that last chip, I looked at my statue and there was no statue. I'm like, there's nothing in libertarianism that I can justify. And because of the additional Bob Woodward books, I basically became just a pretty hardcore Democrat. That's what happened.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting journey. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could still. The thing is, when it comes to certain foreign policy, it doesn't matter, unfortunately, whether it's the Republicans or the Democrats. But we could save that for another time, I guess. But hey, man, I had a good talk. Maybe I'll join your Discord and we could have another one sometime.
Oh, there's all sorts of conversations going on there, but be careful. There's a lot of crazies.
Oh, you allow crazies?
Well, it's not my Discord. The Modern Day Debate Discord is run by somebody else. I don't run my own Discord because I'm going to be honest with you, giant pain in the ass. It's not fun.
Yeah.
It's not fun. I'm telling you, bro. Just let someone else manage that shit. It's awful. The amount of it's not a good time.
No, I know a few. You're right. You're not the first person I've heard that from. For sure.
I just let someone else manage it. I'm
it
like,
was,
bro, I ain't doing it. Nope. Nope. Let someone else do that.
That was a good conversation. I'm sure. You know what? I think maybe the more we debate, or the more you debate with other conservatives, it might actually.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I've heard the Republican talking points and seeing the new just so you're aware, right? Like the Republicans back then versus the Republicans now, they are unrecognizable. Yeah. They are just completely a completely different animal. And I don't believe that it's for the better, because like they kind of like threw away that kind of fiscal conservatism in favor of like this bizarre kind of like a populist rhetoric that's like borderline fascistic. And I just like, I can't. I still got that freedom in me, man. I got that freedom belief in me. And I just don't think that the United States ought be built around restriction of people like that, provided there's that it's all consenting adults and there's no harm. Yeah. I can't get behind it.
Well, I mean, I would argue, like, as far as, like, what goes on in people's bedrooms, I wouldn't make any laws against it. I would only argue for, like, social persuasion, but nothing beyond that. But, other than that, I think we would agree mostly on how fucked up. Well, no, but everyone's allowed to make, moral arguments or.
I mean, I would say like free from harassment, like completely no harassment. Like don't bother them about their sexual identity. It's wrong to bother people about their sexual identity. Sure.
I wouldn't go out of my way to do that, and nor have I. It doesn't.
That's good.
It's not what I'm about. But. Hey man, good talk. Good luck, and maybe we'll talk again.
Let me ask you this: what bathroom do trans people go to? Trans women. Let's do trans women. What bathroom? Go ahead. Genuinely curious.
My main concern would be for safety of the individual. So I would say it would depend on how well they pass or not.
Oh, so you would let a trans woman go into the bathroom then?
Like I said, I mean, I would be more concerned with safety of the individual. It would depend.
I mean, nine times out of 10, just FYI, 9 times out of 10, a trans person is just going to pick the bathroom they feel most comfortable in. And what's going to happen is that the bathroom they feel most comfortable in is coincidentally the bathroom that they are safest in. I mean,
here's the thing.
Like if they don't pass, they're probably going to go to the men's. But at the same time, I ask myself, okay, well, if they genuinely feel comfortable, even though that they don't pass, just leave them the fuck alone. Like, what are you doing? What are we doing?
I personally would, right? Like, I'm not gonna go out of my way, but others might, and that's what I'm trying to say.
I get you.
If you believe in, representative democracy, then people are just going to collectively vote on whatever rules they have in society. You just have to make moral arguments or convincing arguments on why they ought to change the rules.
The rules wouldn't change. I mean, you already agreed. Like just go where you pass. And to be honest, like even if you don't pass or whatever.
Well,
that's zero change in the rules. It's just you go to the bathroom you feel most comfortable in. That's already the rule.
Right, but I'm saying if they pass like a vote for it or something, then people are going to
vote for and against it, and then whatever comes out. You know how representative democracy works. Like, I don't have to explain it to you. This is just how we pass rules on anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could dive into that at another time. That's a whole other.
Yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms. Fair enough.
Okay. Oh, hey, man, you have a good one.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care.
Do we have time for another call? It's 10:58. I can do one more call, and it's got to be a short one. Or should I just go to bed? I could just go to bed. I feel like I need to go to bed. I'm so sorry for not reading your guys' chats. That's my fault, you know. But I hope you guys enjoyed. No, I think I do gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed. I gotta be responsible. I gotta put away all this stuff. And actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna put away this stuff. I'm gonna fucking leave it up. Just leave it up. Just leave it up. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the discussions, because I personally, I don't know why, man. I have fun arguing. I just like fucking arguing. Like, why, Amender? Why do you like arguing? I don't fucking know. I don't get it myself. I just like to argue. It's wild. It's wild. I like arguing. It excites the brain chemicals. I try not to argue to people who don't want to argue, though. So if it makes you feel better, I know the boundary, right? I know that there are boundaries to avoid arguing with people. Well. That was cool. That was good. Thank you guys. And I want to thank especially those who donated today. That's incredible. I never expect y'all to send me money. That's freaking great. We only got up to go, and, it'll come a time you'll see, we're not going to have, say 20 people or 15 people in chat. It'll be, 100, 200. Wouldn't that be cool? Subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate y'all very much. Thank you very much for everything. And, I don't deserve it. I really don't. I just appreciate you. I really do. Anyway, stay tuned for more debates tomorrow. We are debating tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Full on debates, taking calls, going on the Discord, the whole 9 yards. It's going to be fun. Yay. All right, everybody.